난 놓치지 않을게 영원히 변하지 않을래
느끼고 있을게 지금 내 마음 영원한 sunshine Feel it deep in my heart Every day's alright 새로운 봄날 get up get up get up now Get up get up get up now 슬슬 환해진 순간 Get up get up get up now Get up get up get up now Always on my mind You and me forever Never You and me forever Never
Yeah. Yeah. Look, back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah, yeah. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn. I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know that you last. I thought I told him I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap and I came from my city, that's right on my back. Oof. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the road. They in my lane, dog, I told them to move. Now that I'm popping, got too much to lose. Look at the numbers, got nothing to prove. I'm in the city, just me and my crew. Told me I'm sick and I know that it's true, but I'm still gonna ball, it's like I got a flu. Yeah, run it up, I told them that I'm coming back. So let me get all of that. Time is now, I'm coming around to get a check. Said I need my taxes back. Over time, I'm getting mine, so get in line. And it's with no respect. That I told them all about the ball, getting chips. Feeling like Kobe Shaq. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. Yeah. Look. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just run me the check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. This shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. I thought I told them I came from my spot. They told me time is like money, that's why I done made it. I swear that I'm spending a lot. They never seen the hours I put in to get here. They only just see what I got. I spent my time in the lab all this winter. I swear that the summer is gonna be hot. I cannot lie on this shit. I paid a lot for this shit. They got some money to spend. I got some money to get. I gotta talk on this shit. I swear I told them I'm here. I feel like I'm in the league. I just keep making these hits. Took a little break, but I swear that I'm back. Go and ask anybody, put a city on the map. They was trying to call when they sent a contract, but I never reply, let's send it for the max. Everything I said, man, they know it's all facts. Told them if they want a verse, then they go and get text. Told them last year that I'm coming for it all. Go and check the numbers, dog, I'm putting up stats. Yeah. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just run me the check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. This shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. I got a ball, I told them I'm here, I'm not waiting for y'all. They hit my phone, but I ignore the call. I got the drive and I see that they stall. I bought a whip and I paid it in cash. Numbers keep growing like what's on the dash. Drop me the Addy, I pull it a maps. Dressed in a white tee, I bought it a Gap. Hitting the gas, he trailing behind. This in his games, but I stay on my grind. I told my fan that we all got me fine. Said I'm a star, that's why they all align. Said I don't rob it like all of these guys. I told them all like a million times. Waiting for me, but they know I'll rob. What I'm doing to y'all, it should be a crime. I told him, oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Shooting like Luca, said that I can't, but I told him I do it. Up in the morning, I sweat it is brewing. Hitting these goals like I play for the Bruins. Thought that I told them I can't, but was mine. They throwing shade, but I'm still gonna shine. They check my wrist and they know it's my time. They ain't seen the numbers, I swear that they blind. But that's how it goes, they know when I'm chose. Need me the flowers, not talking no rose. Whipping the Chevy, I need me the ghost. I need the money for me and my bros. Ice in my veins, I swear that it's froze. They know when it's heat, it's like right out the stove. Way that I'm shooting, they think I'm a pro. I told them so much that they really should know. That's real. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit.
Look, I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mama I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done try. Lately I'm looking for real shit. The things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use you to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone goes. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit man to get sold, but for now I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax.
Yeah. One time. Got him running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I'm only speaking facts, just the truth is being told. Got him running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. Who I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. I said come through, you can see me on the west side. Now it's funny how they walking with
told them that's the shit that I can't let slide. You gon' make me say it again. Do this shit for my family, I seen them do it for trends. I done told too many girls that we better as friends. I done told too many men we can't make no amends, and that's facts. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I only speaking facts, just the truth is being told. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. Who I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. Way I'm moving, I don't see him in a way. Way they talking, I'm not hearing what they say. Got some bands, and I bought myself a place. They get a couple and they blow it in a day. But I ain't built like that. They done said my time is up, but it still ain't passed. I done heard what they say, but it feel like cap. Yeah, I took a couple shots, but I'm still intact. Yeah.
He goes in and he steals the Baron.
Oh yeah.
Is it the knife?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Trajan, and welcome back to Battle for Scotland. The finals week continues today with League of Legends. I'm joined on the desk this evening by our glorious head T.O. Crawford. Welcome to the desk, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really excited for this matchup, to be honest. We've seen Edinburgh come back, reigning champions from last year. They're a really strong team. They've come back for a slightly weaker team this year. They've lost the jungler and they've had to get a sub from the team. Well, I think it was their B team. The ADC is playing jungle at the moment. And then we've seen Stirling kind of have a bit of a come up. And they've ended up beating the other finalists from last year, GCU, in the lower bracket in a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yes.
Which was very surprising, I think.
Yeah, of course. It seemed like a very hotly contested season, I'll be honest. I remember just every week I would check in to see the low results channel in the Discord coming through, just going, Sterling's winning again, Dundee's winning again. What have they done this year? We've really shaken it up here in BFS. It's not all the usual suspects. Edinburgh stands alone kind of as the usual defending champion, trying to maintain their spot at the top, but everyone else, there's been a lot of shuffling. It is a lot more closely fought throughout this season, and I imagine you'll have seen a lot more of those games, but in general, given how much closer the results have been, do you feel like, I guess from the gameplay that you've seen, like what is your take on the development of Scotland so far in a general sense, right? You know, is it just Edinburgh and Stirling sitting at the top? How close do you feel like the season really was?
Yeah, so I think compared to last year, there's definitely a lot more teams that are a lot closer in the skill. I think last year it was pretty much just Edinburgh and GCU were just way above the rest of the competition. I don't think it was very close. But I think this year, Dundee and Stirling have both really stepped up to the plate, and they've really made a competitive top four. Well, at least what we thought was going to be competitive until Stirling came in with that surprising 2-0 against GCU. But the teams overall in general seem a lot better, which is exciting to see. And because last year it was just Edinburgh kind of dominating mostly. But
yeah, it is great to see for sure, and I think this is a very interesting matchup, not just because Stirling has gone from the relative obscurity into the grand finals from one season to the next, but the specific history that these two teams have had is actually very interesting. They've played 2 best-of-3s so far in this season. Back in week 3, an unresolved 2-1 to Edinburgh with a Stirling FF in game 3 due to internet issues, 1-1 on the Rift coming out of that, and then in playoffs a 2-1 to Edinburgh. So technically Edinburgh, they're 2-0 on the series, but that kind of doesn't tell the full story, you know?
Yeah, I definitely think Stirling, they whenever they play against Edinburgh, they've kind of made Edinburgh kind of play it into their game a little bit, and they've ended up playing very messy. So Edinburgh haven't really been playing, like, the games that they've lost, they haven't really been playing their own game, which I think is the main issue, is that Stirling have kind of, like, been able to, like, bring them down to their kind of level and kind of make them play not clean, make them play very, like, messy and dirty kind of League of Legends, right? To where it's just constant fighting, because you'll see a lot of times that Stirling draft these very heavy, like, fighting comps. They like fighting, you know, like the Pantheon top, like the Echo Med, like they just want to fight you, you know. And Edinburgh definitely have a lot more of a slow kind of play style. They love the Cassante B1. They love the Varus, the Zeri bot lane with the Enchanter supports. So it's 2 teams with very different play styles. And I think today it can go either way, to be honest.
I think it absolutely can. We'll take a quick look at the bracket journey that we had here. You can see Edinburgh and Stirling in that upper bracket final where Edinburgh took the 2-1. University of Glasgow making it there, but being knocked out quite early again. Glasgow Uni just really struggling to get back onto that form a couple of years ago when they felt like one of the dominant forces, but GCU took them out there, took out Dundee as well. You mentioned a very strong challenger. Strathclyde, another of the Battle for Glasgow contingent, knocked out by Dundee in that first round of the lower bracket. Stirling now taking the GCU win and matching up against Edinburgh in the grand final. So a lot of different dynamics coming through, and as you say, it's a very interesting particular matchup we have stylistically and historically throughout this split. So I think we're in for a real treat here today for the League of Legends grand final. But I think to be honest, I'm happy for us to just start this story building of Edinburgh being at the top. And last split, they really looked like the most well-rounded product. You know what I mean? They had carries or win conditions in every lane. They had a very kind of controlled play style. It was fairly low variance in the early stage. They loved to build solid front-to-back team fighting compositions themselves, with the tanks in top lane, the carries from Fizeman and Redfin as well. But Stirling's got a little bit of a different formula to bring. They've got things, as you mentioned, the Pantheon top. This is not your average top lane, right? You know, we're not just going to necessarily see just tanks slapping into each other up there. There are some interesting dynamics in this matchup. Top lane I wanted to touch on first. I'm glad you've already teed us up there. To my last split, came in and over the course of that grand final particularly really grew and showed us more and more every single game. Early on, a little bit of a struggle versus Christie at times, but by the end, the Cassante was absolutely insane, and Tumai was earning MVP performances in that series with your classic top lane, all the Aatrox, the Jax, the Aurelia. This is your top laner's top laner right now for Tumai. But Horus Lupercal on the other side, it's kind of just all the top lane counter picks in a box, like the Trundle, the Pantheon, the Gnar. Like it seems like their one goal in life is to counter the classic top lane pool.
I want to see if we can
it's definitely a fun top lane matchup because Tumai he's very, like, last split he was very consistent. I would say that he was very consistent, and except from the grand finals where he did struggle a little bit in the earlier games in that series, but throughout the entire split, last split, he was a very consistent top laner. You know what he's doing. But this split, he has had a few off games, you know. He played a game of Mundo top, I think it was. Didn't go too well for them. Had a bit of a rough one. Ham's to the best of us, though. But he's a very good top laner. But I think this year, for some reason, the Edinburgh squad, they've had a bit of difficulties in staying consistent. And they're just kind of... I don't know if they get tilted or if it's a bit of a... they start to have a bit more fun kind of thing, but they definitely aren't playing as clean as they were last season, and they're not playing as consistent, but they definitely are still a very strong side to be able to take the grand finals.
Yeah, we know the talent is there, we know the skill is there. It's a proven championship winning. 3 out of 5 of these players are proven BFS winning players, but yeah, like, you slap a Draven main into your jungle, you don't know what's gonna happen.
You know, sometimes you just that is a bit of a rogue element perhaps coming through here. We'll see what Mr. Cheddar in the jungle can offer and can bring to them, say what kind of jungling we're going to be seeing. Right, the note says he was learning jungle for Null and BFS. We'll see how much learning has been done. I see some Nocturne, I see some J4, I see some classic jungle picks going on there, so we'll see what has kind of been built up there. But we know that for Edinburgh, if you play for your lanes, you're going to get a reward, right? We know that is a viable strategy, so we'll see what Mr. Cheddar can do to perhaps unlock those carries. That was a very consistent win condition for them last time around. Whereas for Stirling, if we're looking to see where, I guess that's my question to you, where is the win condition for Stirling? Is it Exponential in the bot lane? Is it Shaky Jakey mid? If they're trying to get those wins, if they're trying to invest early to get
and win the game, where do you think they should be playing to?
I think the mid lane has definitely showed very strong performances on the Echo specifically. He picks up the Echo and he just finds kills, and he finds a lot of them, and he gets to that point where the Echo is just eating onto like anyone in your team and just one-shotting them, and it's completely unplayable. I think the mid lane is really good. I think the top lane is good as well, but he's a little bit shaky. I think Tumai does have that respective matchup. I think the Stirling jungler is better as well than Mr. Cheddar. This is purely just the fact that Cheddar isn't a jungler, of course. He's a bot laner, so he doesn't really know how to play a lot of these matchups. He doesn't know the best pathing or the best, like, the most efficient way of moving around the map with his team. But I think the Edinburgh overall as a team, they play better, but I think Stirling have a really strong top side, and their bot lane though, I think I think Edinburgh do kind of have that matchup though. But as we get into the draft here, we'll see.
Yep.
So we have Edinburgh on red side and Stirling on blue side. Stirling have banned away the LeBlanc and the Tillier. Tillier is a big pick for Fiesman. He's really good at it. The Varus as well as red pin. He played that a lot. And over on the red side, we've got bans of Syndra, Ash, and the Echo like we talked about before.
Now the bans have gone quite quickly, so we didn't get to touch. But this has left the Cassante open for University of Edinburgh on the red side. We have seen that they are willing to blue on this pick whenever it is open. Tumai's super confident on this one. 5-1 on the season on the Cassante. He's absolutely justified in being confident on it. Stirling, they've left it open. They've gone for the Aurora, another very strong power pick, something you can match up into the Cassante if you want to go that way. And instead, Edinburgh, they've locked in the Skarner, basically #1 jungler. For several patches, it seems still just very much the most all-round best pick you can have there. So we'll see if they're happy for Tumai to opt into that Cassante matchup, even with the threat of the Aurora, or if he will be a little bit more cautious, maybe try and push that Aurora down into the mid lane, as Stirling have been known to do, as the Caitlyn rounds out as the second red pick for Edinburgh.
Yeah, I think I don't know what Stirling are going to go for here. I'd imagine they're going to pick up the jungler here, and they're going to pick up either the ADC or maybe even a blind pick in mid, because I think ideally, like, they've already picked the Skarner, which could go top and or jungle, to be fair. But as they pick up the Sivir, actually, it's an interesting pick. I don't know how I feel about it into the Caitlyn. Depends on the support matchup.
I think Caitlyn's meant to be quite strong on this patch. It's just come off an RNRF on this one, and we're seeing it a lot as an answer into Corki, which has also become ridiculous as of recent, even in the bot lane, right? And the Caitlyn can outrange that. So the Sivir, I don't feel like there's a reason you just slam the Sivir down unless this is a prepared Caitlyn answer for Exponadal for Stirling. This is a guy with a very wide pool, a lot of styles that you can play, and I think this is probably an answer there. You can just go for the Q farming, you can try and match that with the poke, I suppose, and the Lulu giving a double range combination there adds a little bit of extra safety. So Stirling maybe just trying to lock down that bot lane combination early, saying you cannot break us, at least with this Caitlyn, even if you get like a Lux with it, or you get a Janna with it, or you get something that can double range, as there is the Cassante. So we haven't seen the support just yet. We'll see if Stirling wants to start banning those away, but Tumai, happy to pick that one up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pick that Tumai is extremely comfortable on. I'm going to see the Nana band away. It's one of those matchups that usually is quite bad for Cassante if the Nana player is very good at it. You can just bully him the whole lane. There's not very much you can do, so you're going to take that away. Stirling going to take away from Fiesman. Another champion that Fiesman is insanely good at. He just finds a way to just bully you and just keep on bullying you over and over and over again in lane. And it's definitely a very scary pick, so they've taken that away.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fiesman White did make an impression on me from last year as well. Such a versatile pick, somewhat vulnerable in some ways, but with so many options, it's really hard to tell at times, as UOA still focusing on the top lane. The Darius band away as well. They're trying to thin out these hard, I guess, these hard other counters into Cassante that would give them the freedom to put that Aurora into mid lane, and I imagine that's probably what they want to do. But we'll see if they are able to actually make that one work, or if there's another option in the mid lane for Shaky Jakey. There goes the Lux, so another classic Caitlyn pairing. They could have even gone for the Hoi support with the Caitlyn as well, just to really flex that range advantage. So now Edinburgh, they don't have quite as many bullies down there. There's maybe something like a Janna or something like this, or the Zyra potentially if they want to still go for damage. A Brand, maybe they could still have options. But we'll see if they want to lock that one in here, because they still have their mid laner to go, and it's the Ahri, in fact, going in there. So still without Stirling having locked a lane, you're happy to lock in both of their solos.
Yeah, I mean, Fiesman is another champ that he's insanely good at, is the Ahri. He's really good at just getting the prime lane and just moving. He's playing with his jungler, he's playing with his bot lane and his top lane. He's really good at just making moves around the map, especially with a Skarner, where they're just going to be CC'd for eternity. And we see the Sion picked up by the Sion and the Gwen. So I'd imagine this is Gwen jungle with the Sion top lane. Interesting. I did not expect that. I do like the Gwen. I really like the Gwen here. The Gwen into the Cassante and the Skarner makes for really, really strong fights. It looks like Stirling are just going for this kind of scaling comp and kind of trying to play Edinburgh's kind of game now, where they're just scaling into the late game instead of playing these really fighty comps.
And as the final pick coming out for Edinburgh, the Senna locked in there. It's something we hadn't touched on yet, but it has been a very common choice by UOE's bot lane, and they're happy to flex that one around, but it can still play into that range advantage. It's not quite as safe as something like a Lux or a Janna, so Senna, if they're not careful, you can get caught on the front line, and you are very, very, very squishy, but now, of course, a bit more healing oriented as of late, so a bit more supportive element there for Vatan down on the bot side. So the two champions that I had noted down, and Ari, so we've already seen the one ban and the other pick coming through. Happy to see that there is still that core at the center of Edinburgh. They may have changed a couple of players, but I think a lot of those core win conditions have stayed very much the same with the K'Sante for Tumai and the Ari for Feisman, so I think I'm still very confident in them. With the Skarner as well, that top side is actually kind of beast, but for Stirling, the Scion as well, I say it's an interesting pick coming out here. It's not necessarily an inherent counter, but Scion is one of these champions that it just feels like whenever anyone picks it out, whenever a Scion player actually lays it down on the Rift, it feels like it's uncrackable. It feels like it's so hard to get a real advantage over.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matchups where it's really hard for either of them to get a lead by themselves. So it's while it's kind of a harder matchup for K'Sante, for him to actually get a meaningful lead and push that lead further is quite hard for him, just due to the fact that Scion, he can proxy waves, he can like, if you kill him, he just takes away anyway, right? It's really hard to punish him. And he's not as useful in team fights as K'Sante is, and in the later game, depending on how the Scion builds here, it's kind of pretty hard for Scion to sideline against K'Sante, so that's the one thing I'm worried about. But you do have that Aurora that can match that, and you can also have the Scion match the Ari instead, which, as long as your lane assignments are good in the mid-late game, then it's okay. But I think it's a little bit rough on the side lanes if they can't get those lane assignments off. Otherwise, I like the Gwen though. I think I'm a big fan of this Gwen pick. I don't think anything can match the Gwen in the side lane at the moment. I think once she gets those two items, then she'll be really, really hard to kill. But of course, Skarner, man, that champ, he's so useful in the early game. You know, he's got so much CC. He can go through walls. I mean, what's that about, right? Like, seriously.
Who thought of this? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there is a huge utility there. And I really like the Gwen as well. It's a carry element, and that is the style of play that Cheddar is most likely the most comfortable with. Of course, it's quite a different way of playing out those fights. And it feels like the Sivir Lulu Gwen is a really strong team fight, or the DPS is insane coming out of that. With a Scion to run interference as well. Aurora can kind of be wherever she wants at that point. So UOE are not going to be able to sleepwalk through this for sure. If you walk into a bad fight and you don't save your spells in the right time, you don't save that CC for Gwen without the Hallowed Mist up, you make sure you can actually bait out the Sivir spell shield, try and bait a bad Lulu ultimate. You have to play around what Stirling have drafted. Otherwise, if they get to just right-click forward, it's going to become very, very dangerous for Edinburgh. So what it's going to be about what Skarner can do early on to try and get that one sorted, especially with the Ari in mid lane, because that is like, you know, Ari is a classic mid jungler early duo. We know Feisman is very, very strong on that one. And then it's, I guess, if Stirling can actually hold Tumai's K'Sante at least going even and not allow an advantage to build up there, if the Scion can be managed to potentially even outvalue the K'Sante in that early game using some of those techniques that you mentioned, and maybe a bit of proxying, maybe a bit of, you know, suicide diving, maybe a little bit of this, a bit of that. So Stirling with a lot of options, I suppose. And this is kind of the dynamic that we'd set up. UOV is fairly consistent in the style, in the way they like to draft, where their carries are centered, where the carry potential is centered. But Stirling, they've got a lot of craziness, they've got a lot of deep pools, a lot of counter picks, and that seems to be what they've tried to leverage here in this game. So honestly, having not seen that much of the gameplay myself throughout this split, I couldn't call this one. I can't just sit here and say this draft is good, this draft is bad. I think we've got a very interesting first matchup.
Yeah, I think the Stirling draft is something I've not seen before, so it's something I'm very interested to see how the players can pilot it and how the team fight on it. I do think the bot lane is an interesting matchup here, where you've got the Senna and Caitlyn, who can very easily bully the Sivir and Lulu. So, but we're going to have both junglers most likely pathing towards that bot lane. They're not going to bother with the K'Sante or the Scion. It's not really worth it at the end of the day. We're going to see them both path bot, and I think the Theory 3 bot is winning for UE quite heavily in the early game. And I think depending on how that matchup goes, I think the Caitlyn and Senna can really bully this Sivir Lulu in the early game.
Yeah. See if you can get that lead, the early plates, maybe even the early tower for a Caitlyn lane. You just start rotating them into any lane that has a tower open. you're on the back foot for so long you can't get there, right? You said that Stirling are able to, they've gone for a little bit more of a scaling composition here, but if they don't get the chance, that is just gonna be it. They might just get steamrolled over, and that's not the way you want to start a best of 5. Now, I believe we are going to go to a short break right now, just while the game is set up in its final stages. So we'll see if that actually happens, but I'm gonna decide, and we'll call for a break right now, and we'll see if it actually happens. If it doesn't, if I get the producer Mio saying stop yourself, then we'll keep talking. But for now, let's scope for a few minutes. We'll be back in just a moment with Game 1 of the League of Legends Grand Final.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high and drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go. This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go.
everybody, for your patience. We're about to get into game number 1 between Edinburgh University and Stirling University here at the BFS Grand Finals for League of Legends. Now, we are already, we've raised a lot of questions already about this one. We had a pretty exciting draft coming out of Stirling with a lot of crafted answers, we hope, to what Edinburgh has put together as a fairly classic composition for them. As here we go on to the Rift, everybody. We'll see if there's any interesting level 1s. We'll keep an eye on that Scion to see if he's got any spice or if anyone has an idea of how to disrupt this early game.
Yeah, we'll see how they set up. They should... I don't imagine any team's going to invade here. I think we're just going to go for the classic five-man stack, like, not five-man stack, sorry. Just cover the entrances, you know, make sure they're not invading kind of thing. I don't think it's going to see anything crazy here.
Looks like they're going to keep it regular, nice and simple for us. To be honest, this is the kind of thing that I would expect for, at the very least, for University of Edinburgh. As we said, they tended last year to be a very controlled, rounded package, though, as you mentioned, this year, a little bit more volatility has crept in. But for Mr. Cheddar, he's slammed just #1 jungler for the last few patches. Absolutely just oozing utility and value out of every aspect of this champion right now. Yep. So we really need to see if he can get the most value out of it. Skarner, of course, does have plenty of capacity for, you know, embarrassing face plants if you end up on the wrong side of the wall, the massive whiffed ultimates that hit nobody. Cheddar cannot certainly autopilot his way through this game, especially not with a Gwen scaling up on the opposite side of him.
I will say, in the last matchup they had with Stirling and Edinburgh, Mr. Cheddar did play the Skarner, and he did completely fail a flash ultimate, but we won't talk about that. We'll move on quickly. As we actually see the Gwen starting on the red bot side here. I wonder if she's just gonna... I don't know if they're just looking to give up bot entirely here, or just look for maybe a dive in the Cassandra early, but I don't think that's a really good idea. But Mr. Cheddar's halting down bot as expected, and nothing too fancy going on there.
Yeah, dive in the Kazante, certainly a bold strategy with a Scion, no less. I'm expecting Horus to actually be the one getting pushed in, and that seems to be the way this lane is going too. Happy to try and start that bullying early, as much as one can even bully the Scion. And speaking of bullying, on the bot side, the Senate and Caitlyn getting started as well, controlling that wave, starting to get it stacked up and pushing in. So Wooden Spoon might not be, you know, looking for opportunities to gank. There may in fact be too many lanes that require assistance, but as that Gwen, you don't really offer that much in the early game.
Yeah, I think these lanes are going to how expected. Top's pushing in for Edinburgh, and so is bot lane. Mid lane is a little bit hard for Ari in the early game, but once she gets those levels in her Q and a little bit of AP on her, she'll be able to match that wave clear a little bit more. We see the Skarnet on his wolves now. I wonder if it looks like bot lane are going to crash. I don't know if they're going to take a reset here, or if they're just going to look for the wave to bounce back, maybe look for a play with the Skarner here. Looks like they are going to take the reset and just play it safe, maybe get a longsword or something. I don't know if they have an idea of where the Gwen might have started.
Yeah, they might be thinking the same as you, that the Gwen would come to try and match and both go for a bot lane play, but
yeah,
when in fact, I mean, there's an angle to maybe get onto Tumai if he hangs around in this lane for too long, but again, it's probably just going to be damage and nothing more.
Yeah, the Cassandra, I mean, he's too many dashes, right? It's like, I don't really see how the Gwen and Sion's going to kill him. They don't really have any CC unless Sion's able to land a fully charged Q on Tumai.
He's going for it. Wooden Spoon come around the corner of Tumai, trying to get aggressive with the trades. There's the knock-up, and actually, we spoke too soon, Crawford. Tumai puts himself in a bad spot. The flash and the dash might be enough, but this Gwen can get in range. The red buff is there. The snips come through, and it's first blood for the Gwen.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I did not expect that. No. I think Tumai is again a little bit greedy. You know, it's when you see the enemy jungler isn't bot, then you kind of have to assume maybe she's top side, maybe she's come for a little early kill, but not the best start for Tumai. He's had to waste TP already. Luckily, the kill did go over to the Gwen, which is okay for his lane, but it's gonna be the last thing you want is for this Gwen to get fed when you're playing Skarner and Cassandra. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's good for Tumai in the next 5 to 10 minutes, but it's pretty bad for the game as a whole. I think giving Wooden Spoon that carry potential in the jungle is not a safe way to play. So we'll see how much the Gwen can do with that one. If they can keep that one accelerated, you can see a lot of piecemeal items coming into the inventory already. We're yet to see any action through the lanes, at least for Mr. Cheddar. And we actually have the Gwen stepping onto the the bot side again, so maybe we could see a play on the bot side now, but of course the vision is down, and Edinburgh have got to be expecting that to maybe come through at some stage.
Yeah, I just want to note the Caitlyn's went for a kill here. It's an interesting buy. I thought she'd maybe want to go for a little bit more AD rather than the kill and try and poke out the bot lane a bit more and play for plates on Caitlyn as you usually do. So the kill is interesting to me. Maybe they just think that they're not going to die to the Gwen Lulu and the Gwen Lulu and Sivir, which to be fair, it's pretty hard for them to kill with no CC bot lane, right?
Yeah, I don't know if this is overconfidence, thinking that you can just slam a cull and there's going to be no punish, or if you're not playing for like a strong of a 2v2, so perhaps a little bit of underconfidence that now is like, well, at least I'll get gold value if I just farm it up. Edinburgh heading onto that first dragon, the Chemtech on the bot side of the map. It is on vision. Sterling know what's going on here. They don't have the pieces in place to make a counter maneuver. They are still already up in gold, and Gwen gonna keep on farming, keep extending a CS lead now over Mr. Cheddar.
Yeah, I mean, we probably expected for Edinburgh to get the other Drakes and maybe the other Grubs. Gwen just wants to get, she just wants to get 6. She wants to get her 2 item spike. She just wants to farm until she gets those 2 items, and then she'll be an absolute menace in those team fights late game. She might be looking to sneak the Grubs away here, but she's spotted on a ward.
They know that what side the Gwen is playing on, at least. They see the Lulu as well. They must know what's going on here, but instead they're playing for the mid lane. The charm lands onto Shaky Jakey. Great use of that Aurora ultimate, though, to transport to the other side. Gets out of dodge. Doesn't lose too much HP as well. Has the flash as well in the back pocket, but that was post-teleport, so still not a good spot for the Aurora here.
Mr. Cheddar looking for a play on the Sivir here. She does have the spell shield up, but she doesn't have mana for it. She used the flash. Spell shield's taken down. Are they going
to damage? There's the slow, the
slow,
flashing from Cheddar, and one last. The lovely barrier held it till the very last second for Exponadal. Slips away with her life. There's Vitan as well as coming around the corners. They're going to catch her before the recall finishes. It's going to be a close one. The Sivir gets away with it and lives at the end, as now Gwen looking for round 2 on top lane. Tumai, he's got the ultimate. Could use it to try and get out of dodge. Sion, not the healthiest. We can see the W come through. Lulu as well in the back pocket. Tumai didn't get over a wall, but should have enough HP to get away. It's not looking good, but it's not another death.
Yeah, I mean, see, Fi's been looking for a player to Shaky Jakey. Yeah, uses the ultimate to move forward. And he has the charm, and it's the finish off.
The Q, Fizeman gets it over the line. The rest of the lane struggling, but you can always rely on Fizeman to get the job done.
I mean, he just knows that champ so perfectly. He just knows the damage he's going to do. It was really well played. The Aurora stepped up with too little HP, and she didn't respect the Ahri ultimate. Let me see. Okay.
Nice.
He's going to back in front. He's gonna be not going to try anything there. Yeah, the gank top. I think Sandy's so hard to kill if you don't get an initial Sion Q or ultimate onto him to stop him. Cause if you see a Sion ultimate towards you, you're just going to press W and Casanti, right? And he can't do anything then. Very difficult for him to get the kills up there.
And the gold lead is extending now for Tumai, despite that early death. You know, as we said, the gold went to Gwen, as I believe it should have, but the CS lead is now widening further than any other lane. Casanti is massively using that ability to bully, and Tumai, with so much comfort on the champion, is making it known. So far, Sterling, the only real advantage that they have now is on Gwen in the jungle. Mid lane suffering after the kill on bot lane. The Caitlyn has the cull stacking, absorbed that big wave in bot side from the Sivir Lulu, but was never going to be doing much in the 2v2.
No, their 2v2 just doesn't do much against Caitlyn Senna. They just kind of get bullied out. They don't really have much presence or priority in the lane. Just kind of how the matchup goes. Ideally, like when you're playing a Senna, a Sivir kind of Lulu, you ideally have a utility jungler, but you have a Gwen, so it's like you don't really have much team fighting until like the Sivir gets maybe 2-3 items and she actually does a bit of damage, it's kite a bit more.
I'm wondering what the build path is meant to be here for Sivir, because it's gone into the early Swifties, which is, for my money, again, over-cautious perhaps, but you know, it's a bully lane, so you want to be able to get away from that high range, sure, fair enough, but 3v3 developing, only one longsword in the ability to sit a Fizeman over the wall. 4 versus 3 here, but the wave thinning out from the Sivir, and Edinburgh just don't feel like they have a clean way under this tower, so they call it off.
I mean, the wave clear from the Gwen and the Sivir is just, they just kill the wave completely, and the play's just called off, which I think is a smart move. I think it's once that charm misses from Fiesman, you have to call the play off.
Yeah, and good decision making by Edinburgh to not overforce it. You don't want to funnel more gold into one of the lanes that they do have decent control over. So I want to see what Sivert is going to go. The tempo tells me that there is likely to be still a crit build under the hood here, but we're potentially going into an Essence Reaver or something first with the you know, the ability haste piecemeal item there. So I'm not really sure where the Sivert build is going to go, and I fear it's going to leave Exponadal behind the curve even further for a good long while.
Yeah, I think the normal build, Essence Reaver first item on Sivert. But then when you're burning that kind of build, it's kind of a bit hard to take down the tank sometimes. So when you're playing into Cassante and a Skarner, and that's all you're hitting really, it's maybe not the best. But you do have a Gwen that can take them out, so maybe it's okay. We'll see. We got the grubs just spawned. The Drake's up soon. Looks like Edinburgh just gonna hopefully give up the grubs. They do see the Gwen walk towards them. Looks like it's gonna take the Drake for free instead.
That bot side control continuing to pay off for Edinburgh. A second dragon going to be picked up, the Hex Tech this time. So we'll see what the Rift is going to be, if they're going to get a nice powerful soul to play for with that advantage, as Gwen has gone straight onto that top side to get the counter objective right there. So Stirling not going to be walking away with nothing right now. And it's an Infernal Rift. Edinburgh's going to be happy with that.
Yeah. I would say, and 6 grubs and you're playing Saga, I think you're going to be a pretty happy man. You're going to be able to, your split pushing is you know, sounds famous to say very good split pusher. It's hard to punish him well, and having those grubs helps him even more. So I think they're not too sad about that.
Yeah, the grub's certainly going to be put to good use. If Stirling can get those map movements unlocked, the ones that you had spoken about in the pregame, Crawford, that they do have options to try and match the sideline, potentially even find an advantage there, but it's about being on top of the map movements, not getting pulled around the map by the Caitlyn, and actually keeping those waves under management and not just kind of letting yourselves get pulled into the every 5v5 at every ensuing objective. And Edinburgh will have some power to pull them around with the Dragon lead that they have. Sterling cannot ignore them as in comes the Cassante ultimate top lane, but look who's round the corner. It's Gwen once again. Wooden Spoon comes in with the needlework, and Tumai now with nowhere left to go. The silver ult comes through. The Scion Q interrupting the blast cone, and a flash and a dash from Tumai can only delay the second kill for Wooden Spoon.
Yeah, I mean they're just completely disrespecting the Gwen here. Like he shouldn't be down to these ganks over and over and over, but they got no vision on where Gwen is, and he needs to just respect a bit more, because he can't be losing this matchup like this, because he's ahead of the sign already, and now he's just giving up the matchup, essentially allowing the Gwen to get ahead. The one thing that Cassandra doesn't want is for the Gwen to get ahead, because she's the only one that he's scared of.
Yeah, Fiesman roaming down to bot lane again to see if there's an angle there. There's a root landing into the charm. This Lulu's going to take a lot of damage, and Fiesman does not hesitate to pull the trigger right there. Lovely route to start off by Vitan, and UOE answers with their second kill as well. But you're absolutely right, Crawford. I think that the one thing that can go wrong for UOE right now coming out this early game is Gwen getting gold. All Tumai has to do is nothing, you know? Just don't do anything. Sit and hold that wave in a nice, comfortable position, and don't give the opportunity, because the other lanes are going pretty well.
Yeah, I think Tumai's very used to kind of playing Cassante and not really being punished for it. Nobody really kind of trying to gank him and kill him over and over, but he's just not respecting the Gwen in this game. You see the lane swap come in. I think the Shaky Jakey's been struggling against Fiesman's area a little bit, so putting the Sand mid, give him a little bit more breathing room, allow the Roar to farm up a little bit. As a Scion, he's never going to die to Nari, so...
Yeah, this is exactly what you said in the pregame, right? You can just match up the Scion into the Ahri, has a perfectly fine matchup, has already gone into magic resist as well, despite being against the Cassante and a Skarner on top side, has already prepared for the matchup that he was born for at the point in this game. And Fiesman, you can see, losing out in this trade despite being the most fed member of Edinburgh right now. Takes so much mana to even attempt to try and tread down that Scion's HP bar and has to back away. You can see Cassante again getting aggressive onto Aurora. Maybe a bit more of a vulnerable target as the Aurora just about survives. A flash is enough to get Jakey away. And Gwen looks for another punish, but this time the teleport is ready. Theismann is there to back up the other solo laner. Does not land the charm, but Gwen's still taking a bit of damage. Scion holding that bot line as well as Vatan is trying to come through. The Gwen still threatening over that jungle wall. Theismann dashing in, looking for more, leading the charge once again. But he's out of exciting targets. It's just the Scion left over. Cheddar over the wall to try and get some CC started. The charm is there again. Even the Scion is starting to drop low. But another shield and a blast cone to safety. And Horus gets away. On the other side, Redpin picks up that mid lane turret as Sivir a little behind the beat on bot side.
Yeah, I mean, you're never killing the Scion when he has this much mag resist. Like, unless you have the Caitlyn there, like, the Ahri Skarner is just not enough to take him out. And where they tried, and they got him a little bit low, it's not quite enough to take him out. And Sivir gets that tier 1 on the bot side, which I think Stirling are pretty happy with this. I mean, Sivir's farming up quite quietly on the side now. She's kind of match up to this Caitlyn. I think it's quite nice from Stirling. Like, what Stirling want is they want Edinburgh to be wasting time on the Scion because they don't care if the Scion's behind. He's still going to provide value. He's still going to be useful.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the Sivir coming out of this lane, inventory-wise, pretty even. You know, there's a little bit of AD, but Caitlyn is heading directly into the one-item trough that all Caitlyn mains know and fear, whereas Sivir does not have as much pain to get through right there. The attack speeding can't come through. The ult is always useful for Exponential to drop down. So yeah, I think that bot lane has come out pretty decent for Stirling, all things considered. Top lane has certainly been fine. Gwen's off to the races, and the only real disparity is in mid lane right now, where Shaky Jakey has got one item down. The Aurora damage is going to be there. Comes in for the flank onto Caitlyn, maybe starts to flank it, and Senna's already gone down. It's a great start for Stirling. They're trying to chase onto the Caitlyn, but Theismann is here to support them. Lula Ult is there. Gwen dropping low. Tumai smells blood in the water, and Cheddar holding the front line. Shaky Jakey eliminated on the side as Scion has been abandoned, and the fight looks so good for Stirling, but UOE, they hold the line and they walk away the winners.
Yeah, that was looking like a really good fight for Stirling at the start, but then the Caitlyn just managed to get away with 1 HP. Gwen was super close there, and then Skarner came in with his E. He took the Gwen away. She wasn't able to do any damage to the Caitlyn, and then the fight's Caitlyn's just free autoing. They don't have any damage because the Gwen's pretty much the only damage in the team right now. The Sivir's not going to do too much. Or died pretty off to the side. I mean,
it's a tough turning point for Stirling to suffer right there. I think the game almost got turned on its head. They could have got the win. They could have stopped the dragon stacking critically. Edinburgh now has the Infernal Soul Point to play with, and that is going to mean that Stirling cannot just opt for the side lanes, at least in another 5 minutes or so. They're going to have to come and answer it, and the fight's only going to be tougher at that stage. Caitlyn might be out of that one-item trough. Theismann is only going to be stronger. And we've got some first items coming through for that tanky top side for Edinburgh. So the team fight is becoming even better for them. Stirling, they need a bit more time to cook, I think. A bit more time for items for Gwen. Shaky needs some time to catch up in the inventory, and Sivir needs to scale as well. So we kind of need to see something special, I think, out of Stirling in the next 5 minutes or so to try and avoid walking into that pivotal soul fight with Edinburgh as behind as they are now.
I think the game is behind. I think all it takes is one bad fight from Edinburgh and still back in the game, and they scale a lot harder than the Edinburgh side do. So I think just delay the game as long as the home to just wait until Edinburgh make that one mistake, that vital mistake. It just wipes entire and allows to just get goals. The carries are good. I think that's what they're looking for. They're just looking to play the game nice and slow. They don't need to fight over another. They want to wait until the sounds really strong on the side lane. The Gwen has two, and she's able to cut through the Skarner and Cassante.
Yeah, if you overstep and you overforce right now as Theismann trying to get a catch onto Shaky. Jakey wants to avoid that charm, holds it for so long, still finds it after all the dipping and diving, and Gwen round the corner just cannot keep up with the Ahri. Theismann putting on a clinic here in game number 1, and we expected no less.
Yeah, I mean, Theismann, we know he's one of the best players. Well, I'd say personally the best player on
certainly
Edinburgh.
arguably the best player, yeah.
And he's always putting these carry picks as we see them looking for a little bit of damage into the Scion, but looks like he's going to take the tier 1 tower.
Finally managed to crack it. You can see the difficulty that one can have trying to make plays on the Scion at this point in the game. You can't really stop him from getting away, but you can take the tower out from under him, and that's all they really want. So far, Stirling haven't been able to get a lot of value out of the Grubs just because they're being pushed around right now, and Edinburgh are controlling the pace of the game. Lovely sidestep by Expo Nadal to escape. The Skarner ultimate gets away with his life.
Yeah, I love the confidence there, not even using the spell shield, not even scared he's getting hit by that. Oh my goodness, as you see, the Civic get absolutely chunked by this Caitlyn here.
Well, they wanted to find a counter play, but he turned around and slapped him right back down. You got away with your life, but don't think that you're stronger than us in this moment, my friend. Hit the recall button and we'll see you later. As Redpin has that 2-item completed, now the Collector, the Infinity Edge. It is all about the big single shot damage for this Caitlyn build. You know, it's not necessarily Dark Harvest lethality, but it's about as close as you can get going the crit path.
Yeah, I mean, both Caitlyn and Ari now both have 2 items. 2 champs that can just absolutely one-shot your carries. They can one-shot the Gwen, they can one-shot the Sivir, they one-shot the Aurora. So it's very much Edinburgh just looking to pick out the carries before the fight even begins. If a fight goes on long enough, then Stirling are really happy with that. They want the fights to go long. But they're just hoping to slow the game down a bit. Get some items. See Mr. Cheddar come top lane, looking for a gank to Shaky JK.
Yeah, Aurora hiding in the brush right there. Drops an early ultimate. Theismann doesn't want to overcommit here. Maybe knows that the Gwen is on the way. So a bit of timely restraint showed by the Ahri for Edinburgh side there. They'll simply walk away without too much harm done. Just an Aurora ultimate dropped. I think something that we saw in that last Dragon fight that Edinburgh managed to get away with, where Redpin critically managed to escape, is Stirling are a little bit low on the engage tools, a little bit low on the CC. They've got the Scion, but if he doesn't manage to get the Q off, doesn't manage to get a good ult off, it's hard to actually hold Edinburgh down, and you need to finish those kills off, because the burst coming back your way once you try and make that aggressive move is going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one issue with Stirling's comp is they don't have CC, which makes it very hard to just delay fights and make them last long. If you don't have anything to really scare off the Caitlyn, like stop the Ahri from just dashing in and out and doing damage slowly, then they're not going to get these long fights. They're just going to die really quickly to the Caitlyn burst and the Ahri burst. If we see Edinburgh stop the Drake here, Theismann TPing bot lane.
Jakey is years late to this play, doesn't have the TP, is just running out from the base right now. UAE, if they keep the pace high, they might be able to finish it before the Aurora is even a factor. Remember, doesn't have the ultimate after that top lane play. The mid lane is pretty much removed from the equation as Stirling struggling to find a way in. Sion's got to forge a path. Wooden Spoon over the one and gets the steal. Wooden Spoon puts pain to the hopes of Edinburgh and gets that kill onto the jungle as the Aurora has arrived in time. But UAE with a counter punch ready to go. Theismann and Redpin, the big burst on the side, but with Cassante down, who can protect them? The carries surfed themselves up. They wanted to dish out the damage, but all they received was a grey screen to the face, and Stirling now running down the individual members of Edinburgh. The shutdown for Gwen on top of it, a steal, a massive fight win, and a huge game-turning play.
I mean, that's absolutely vital for Stirling there to win that fight. The fact that they're able to delay the fight, that Sound was able to flash in. He got stopped by a 2-my flash as well, which is really if he got through there, he was onto the back 2 carries there, but Wooden Spoon able to jump over the wall and steal a Drake like that. He's not only denying the soul, but then they're winning the team fight and they're getting the Baron off this. This could not.
What?
Oh my! What? Vitan, what are you doing?
What has happened here? That's the rank 1 arena player on EUNA, everybody. That's the timing that we see. Oh my word. I was ready for us to launch into how Stirling have control of all aspects of this game now. With the Baron, they'd open up the side lanes. They'd finally be strong enough to actually play to their strengths. But Vitan just chopped the legs out from under them. And now Yoi's back in control.
I mean, I know Wooden Spoon is absolutely killing myself after that. Like, I don't think I've ever seen in my life a Senna W steal Baron before. but the fact that they lose that, and that's so bad for them. Because they won the fight, they won the Drake, and the fact that they lose the Baron makes it so much harder for them to stall this game for longer and longer.
Oh my god. So somebody in the chat go up and look up what the base damage of Serena W is, because that is crazy. Even without contesting Smite, managing to thread it in there, and now Edinburgh look like they haven't missed a beat. Weisman chasing Wooden Spoon out of the jungle. They're now the ones cracking the towers. They're back in control of the gold lead. A Scion is getting assaulted on the front line. There's a lot of HP. Ultimate to safety doesn't quite get away with it. A Shaky Jakey doing a lot of disrupting with that Aurora ultimate. Cheddar grabs one with the Skarner ult, in fact, but it just delays his own death. Tumai, though, eliminates the Sivir, sections her off, and keeps you away just about in control of this push.
Yeah, that fight looked pretty decent for Stirling there at the end when they took out the Sivir was just free hitting the entire fight, and then she was able to take out the Skarner, and then she stepped forward a little bit too much. Tumai was able to hit the ulti onto her, take it over the wall, kill her. It's a shame because I think if that ulti didn't happen from Cassandra, then I think they might wipe the entire team nearly. Wouldn't we just chase them down to Sivir and Lulu?
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility there. Sterling, at the very least, would be even more comfortable stepping out onto the map. You can see the fear that Gwen inspires in Edinburgh right now. Has two needlessly large rods of the inventory, is about to complete the Rabadon's death cap. Even though they lost the Baron at the end of that series of plays, they still got a ton of gold onto the Gwen at the end of it with the shutdowns coming in. You can see over 3,000 the gold deficit from Mr. Cheddar Skarner to Wooden Spoon's Gwen. And this is still a very much a real win condition for Sterling right now, and you can see that Edinburgh, they're not able to just walk up and conclusively win every fight. They need to be very, very careful. Sterling are ready to strike.
Yeah, I mean, this Gwen, she's about to back, she's about to get the Rabadons, and means this next Drake fight is going to be very scary for Edinburgh. This Gwen can one-shot both of your, she one-shot your ADC and your support and your mid laner, and she can also absolutely chunk Cassandra and Skarner. This is really, really scary for Edinburgh, and if they're not able to get a pick early, I think the fight's pretty easy to play for Sterling.
Yeah, it really felt like Edinburgh approached that last dragon fight decently well. I mean, they had full control of the pit, but perhaps not enough time dedicated to clearing out vision and controlling the wall behind, as Wooden Spoon was able to just slide over and take it away. We have 30 seconds before the next dragon, and we'll need to see potentially another miracle for Wooden Spoon, or whether enough gold has been acquired. The Rabadons is there. We're 2 items on the Aurora as well, so definitely not to be sniffed at. We don't quite have that third completed for the Sivir, but they are getting to the point where they can contest in the damage arena, and Edinburgh cannot rely in ultimate control right there. They need to actually win the fight. They need to win the Smite fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, we see Sion up top with no TP here. It looks like he's starting to work down River, looking for an ulti to get in position. Cassandra does have the TP. There's not too many wards for him to TP on, except from that one in the bush in the river. Looks like he's going to TP to the mid wave.
Oh, they're just
Sion's looking for the ulti.
Just going straight onto, maybe was looking for the Caitlyn, couldn't find it, as now Sterling are the ones charging forward. Like Asante's actually getting kind of shredded, but Shaky Jakey offers an escape from Tumai, the one walking away with the kill, and Redfern's the full HP. Weisman on a Mondo flank eliminates the Gwen, and just like that, the win condition falls with her. Edinburgh this time, they find a beautiful peel back and collapse, and they almost wipe Sterling. Horus may yet be able to escape. The W connects, but I don't know if Senna's actually going to be able to kill a Sion. Let's be honestly. Edinburgh, though, they're focused on the win. They're pushing it down mid. They're looking for the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was just... I mean, I talked about this in the pregame, is that Sterling are really bad for just overextending the fights. They're really bad for just playing for too much and trying to get more out of their play than they can. And, maybe he's able to get the wave, not really. Shaky Jakey's up. Looks like they're not actually able to end here.
Yeah, looks like the Sion's been able to keep this one alive. The Dragon, of course, still alive, had not been taken, but Gwen is now alive, and there's a TP behind them. They don't have the Sion. They don't have any more disruption here, but can this throw Edinburgh off enough? They're sort of pincered, but the only pincer on the other side is a 2-4 Aurora, and it looks like Edinburgh, they're not quite sure if they want to go for the Dragon, they want to look for the fight. They're kind of doing both. Cheddar's working on it, but Gwen needs to get in range. They can maybe get the damage onto Redpin. It's going very low. The smite isn't even a possibility yet, as Gwen is going to eliminate that Caitlyn and can turn back around for the objective. The rest of the fight has fallen apart for Stirling. It's all on Spoon, and he gets it again. Again, the soul is denied from Edinburgh. Is this enough for the game to end? I just don't know anymore.
Surely they can end here. We have 30-second death timers on all of the members. All they have is a Scion is use a TP on the super minion here.
Just one turret.
I don't think that Sion's gonna be able to defend this.
15 seconds on Sivert, 15 on Aurora. The health power is respectable, but they are dropping everything on him. They're making sure they can't cut the wave anymore. The ace is completed. 3 seconds on the Sivers. The turret is still alive. Aurora's gonna come up, but I don't think they quite have it, even without the Caitlyn. They've got enough auto attacks for Edinburgh to wrap this game up. My word, Crawford, it was not clean. It was not conclusive. But Edinburgh open up the series with a win in game 1.
I mean, that was just a game with just so many emotions, back and forth game. It was not clean from either side, I will say that. It was very messy, and I think I was actually very surprised with Stirling how they played that. I think considering we've only really seen them on these really fighty comps and just perma fighting, to see them on these scaling comps with the Gwen and the Sever, and they looked pretty decent on it at certain points. You know, they're able to delay the fights long enough to where they're able to get the Sever uptime and the Gwen uptime to be valuable enough. It's I was very impressed. But Edinburgh they just had that Theismann charm. That's what it is, you know.
They literally had the Theismann charm when they needed it. I think you could see how much work this Ahri was doing for Edinburgh, as, you know, they had problems in top lane with Tumai giving away some kills, getting that Gwen rolling. They had the bot lane combination, but they didn't end up actually coming away really ahead in the bot lane scenario, so that didn't necessarily work out that great either. Cheddar, we saw suffer in a couple of key smite fights to avoid getting the soul locked down, but Theismann, whenever Edinburgh needed a hero to get them out of a bad spot, the Theismann Ahri was always there. And yeah, it's certainly, as you say, not clean from either side, but I think Edinburgh, at least in some places, were able to hold their nerve a little bit, and it is exactly as you'd called out before, Stirling, overreaching a bit once they felt that they could win the fights, where Gwen was, I'm 3.5 items deep, I can kill everyone now. But they just didn't have enough homework done into that fight, and the flanks were too good. So Stirling fall in game number 1, but absolutely do not look like they are going to be rolled over here today. Edinburgh have plenty of things to tighten up. Stirling have plenty of advantages to find. We are going to go to a quick break for now. We'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2 in this grand final series.
I think you'll find that the weather is nice. You go get a drink, it's not as bad as you think. You puke in the sink, but you'll be fine. Wake up around 9, then you do it again,
can never die, got a lit spirit. Billy on my mind, at 9 digits. Cheated one easy, now we no limit. Bitch, I did the time, this is not a gimmick. Clocked in 10,000 hours, peaking Super Saiyan power. Making dough in my tower, kitchen got a lot of flour. Just got out my cold shower, peck a big bowl of sour. Smoke my own brand of flour, look down and wave to all the doubters. Hello, bitch. If you think you got advice for me, keep it to yourself, these bitches all think they so tight with me. Shit. Please tell me what you did, and I'm not talking about 500K likes on your pic, bitch. Y'all stay stressed about exterior, hot girl but her brain's inferior. Whoa, bitch, and my heart superior. Flow sick, iller than bacteria, serious. I kill it, that's on period, and I'm doing it prettier. Really though, y'all stay silly though. I can never die, got a lit spirit. Billy on my mind, at 9 digits. Cheated one easy, now we no limit. Bitch, I did the time, this is not a gimmick. If Zach is on the track, you know I'ma kill it. See me in my swag, they gon' try to steal it. Make 100 bands when I write a lyric. Love to all my fans, shout out to my critics. Yeah. Got it screwed loose, but my circle tight. Don't let the gram fool you. You can always take your time. You could be a new you, baby, if you work your light. Let's practice some voodoo under the new moon tonight. I was just a little girl growing up in Taipei. Now we selling out the world. 小姐请你排队. We about to feast. 现在只是开胃. I can never die. 灵魂永不衰退. Got a lit spirit. Billy on my mind, at 9 digits. Cheated one easy, now we no limit. Bitch, I did the time, this is not a gimmick. If Zach is on the track, you know I'ma kill it. See me in my swag, they gon' try to steal it. Make 100 bands when I write a lyric. Love to all my fans, shout out to my critics. Yeah. I can never die.
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than an earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games and go run and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broke, had to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, I get a witness. A1 treatment like a mistress, dunking on them, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. One thing about me, I stay fly. One thing about me, I'm down to ride. One thing about me, I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Lot to unpack from that first game. We had Senna stealing Baron, we had Gwen stealing Dragon twice, we had Edinburgh certainly not looking clean, but neither did Stirling, a very threatening challenger to our defending champions right now in the grand finals, though Edinburgh are sitting 1-0 on the series. So, we think about the kind of preconceptions we had going in here. We knew that Edinburgh were perhaps a little bit more vulnerable than last year, and I think that has held true, absolutely. But we also suspected that Stirling would have, you know, a decent amount to offer here, and after that draft, they had some decent answers, some decent ideas, but a couple of problems to get into. I think for me, namely, I think that lack of engage really did hurt them at some of those key moments. When they can't pin that person down, I think they really suffered.
Yeah, I mean, when the only CC you've got on the team is Sion Q, and Sion Ulti, and that's it. It's hard to just slow down fights and play for your Sivir to just free hit in the backline, and you can't really. There's no easy way to fight around that. All you're hoping is that the enemy team just don't respect your Gwen, she's just able to blow everyone up, or they just forget about the Sivir. Which a team like Edinburgh, they're not going to do that every fight. While there was a couple of fights where Sivir was allowed free hit and the Gwen was getting some free damage off in the backline, it was looking a bit rough for Edinburgh. But once the Fizeman or the Cassante, the Tumai was able to get onto the Sivir from free hitting, the fights weren't even close.
Yeah, once that game scaled up and Tumai got out of the laning phase, we start to see some of that Cassante really heavily affecting those team fights, getting out of those tough spots while sectioning off a key carry, just that Cassante element into every fight as we're into the draft for game number 2. Now we're seeing a lot of familiar picks coming around right here, a lot of mid lane focus, the Syndra, the Echo being denied from Shaky Jakey once again, as Fizeman was able to get a big advantage over that Aurora in the early game, so I'm sure they'll be happy to keep holding that player down a bit longer.
Yeah, Stirling are banning away Cassante though as well. I wonder if they just thought this was a bit too much of a concrete and just stable pick that it's too hard to punish. Edinburgh banning away the Aurora. It's interesting because I didn't really think the Aurora was that much of an issue that game. I wonder if they got a certain idea for a comp they want to play here.
Yeah, investing more to deny 3 out of 4 of the notable picks I have written down for Shaky Jakey. There's only one left. We'll see if it comes out. But the Talia denied once again as well. The Ashe first pick for Edinburgh. So a very different focus. We're now going all the way down to the bot lane where Redpin and Vitan, besides the Senna Baron steal, had a relatively quiet game. The Caitlyn did get decent amount of items on deck. There was good damage coming through in the team fights, but it wasn't necessarily a lot of that pressure in every lane kind of vibe that you get from some Caitlyn games. So now they've got the Ashe, they've got that Ashe arrow, they have a whole new way to pressure the map.
Yeah, and still on returning with the Jinx. I wonder what they're going to take second here.
I think they might just go back to Enchanter. They might just Lulu it again, to be honest, because I feel like Jinx with Yuntal and like an Enchanter is a bit criminal on this patch from what I've seen.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared they try and go for the jungler on another like carry like the Gwen or something though, because if you're playing Jinx with an Enchanter, you really just want that utility jungler, right? As we see the Mino picked out. So Edinburgh, what are they going to return with here? I'd imagine they're going to pick out the support here and probably the jungler. With the Ashe, what have you got into melee, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so like the Ashe Braum is quite a common pairing. Obviously, it's not double melee, but the Ashe Braum itself, just Ashe is oppression enough, plus the Braum passive, it can really punish that overstepping, and it does give a little bit more protection, a little bit more CC locked in there for UOE. But the Gwen, in fact, has been taken away. And a Karma, I don't think I've ever seen Ashe Karma in my life. I'll be honest. I've been playing this game since Season 2. I don't think I've ever seen this combination.
Last year, when Karma was absolutely broken in the meta, Fizeman picked up quite a few times.
Yeah.
So I believe this Karma is a flex in both mid and support, and I also believe the Gwen is a flex in the mid, in the jungle and top, sorry.
Yeah.
Which I'm very surprised about this Trundle pick as well, because Gwen is a pretty good matchup into the Trundle. So, but we'll see where they decide to put the Gwen here, because if it's into the Trundle top, I don't know if they're just not expecting the Gwen to be played top by Tumai.
Yeah, I mean, because they're both just melee range DPS checkers, right? But I I think Gwen does win that DPS check specifically into Trundle. So, you know, going into more of the traditional lineup of the Aatrox and the Jax and the Aurelia, I could see the Trundle coming in and being a bully that is low matchup knowledge and very tricky to handle in the 1v1. I think it's one as looking at Mora's pool, I was thinking this could actually be quite a disruptive pick here into the usual 2-my picks, but we don't know if we're going to get that. We could still get the Gwen. The door is open as Yoe, they've completed the 4th ban of the notable champion, so all of Shaky Jakey's comfort has been denied right here. There is plenty of mages left on the table, but it will not necessarily be something as comfortable for him, and with Fizeman putting on such a strong game number 1, I feel like mid lane is at risk of becoming another pain point in game number 2.
Yeah, Stirling also banning away the Way and the Skarner, taking away the Udyr ban. That's interesting. I think the jungler plays a bit of Udyr, so I'd imagine they think this Trundle is going top, which I wonder if they're still planning on flexing it, because I don't know if the jungler plays it for Stirling. We see that Harry picked up by Stirling here. Okay.
Fair enough. If you can play, I feel like if you can play Sylas, you can play Ahri. So there's a way less risk in Ahri than there is with Sylas, but you're still dashing around trying to look for a pick and get stuck in there. So with the Echo as well, right? The play style, I think, can be operated fairly similarly. Denies Fizeman a comfort and is one of these just kind of unanswerable picks, so it's very hard to get a real advantage over it. But we'll see what Fizeman has in the tank. They've banned a lot of mid laners away from this map right now with the Hui, Talia, and LeBlanc from Stirling too. So this mid lane pool is thoroughly thinned, as it is going to be the Gwen jungle, and the Jax comes in. So Trundle at least does have a, you know, a normal melee champion to run into up there.
Yeah, I was quite surprised about that, because I think the Gwen matchup into Trundle is really unplayable for Trundle. I think I'd rather, when you've got an Ashe Karma, I'd rather much see just a utility jungler, something like a Sejuani or a Vi, or something that can have a bit of CC, be a bit useful in the fights, heal for the Ashe Karma. Vex picked up a Fizeman's played this quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's pretty decent at it. He's pretty decent. And into the Ahri, it's a pretty good matchup.
It's solid, yeah, for sure. You do get extra passive stacks. It means that if the Ahri commits that ultimate to make the play, you are gifting free damage over to Vex if you opt for that, and they can both clear the wave very easily in roam. So at the very least, Vex and Ahri can kind of match their impact on the map if they just want to both press Q on the wave and walk away. That's normally how it ends up playing out, because, you know, they can both play with such safety. And at this level, I wouldn't expect to see either of them actually get a whole lot of kill threat there, but we'll see how that works out as the Trundle locked in at the end. I love this pick for Stirling. I think that Wukong is, I love the pick in general, and I think it really does everything they need it to do, right? It's got some teamfight CC, it's got some early pressure, it's got everything I think that Stirling really needed just to wound out this comp, and still lets Jinx be the ultimate star of the show, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Wukong pick means they don't fall into the same trap as the last game, where they don't have any CC, so they get the Wukong. It's a very strong mid jungle they have, and I'm hoping they do something with that, because the mid jungle 2v2 I think is really, really good, and hopefully they get a little bit of private mid lane. Hopefully they try and shout and then roam to the sides, get the objectives. Hope to see a little bit of play from the mid jungle this game.
Yeah, I think it's not the easiest job for Vex to get a good fight against Wukong and Ahri. It's hard to actually get those key skill shots. The ult is very missable for Vex, right? Even if they're not planning to it, you do have to be leading them, or you have to get a good, like, you know, out of vision play. Whereas I think Wukong and Ahri are a lot more guaranteed in their value there, and we'll see what the Gwen can do. I liked what we saw from Wooden Spoon. Got that farming early, punished the over-aggression from 2-my, kind of saw the opportunities and took them when they were there, but really focused on feeding himself as a carry, and was able to do a fair amount of carrying. It wasn't enough to win the game, but we did see what the Gwen can do if it gets ahead. So we'll see what Mr. Cheddar can offer as a counterpoint to that.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Mr. Cheddar play very many of these carry champs this year. We've seen him on a Nocturne a little bit. He was looking a bit iffy.
Seems like more classic junglers for him, you know, like J4s. And
especially when you are an ADC coming into fill into that jungle role. You're not comfortable with a lot of the champs and the pathing and how to play the role. Usually, your team would just say, right, I'm just going to put you in utility. You're just going to be a CC bot. You're just there to peel, and that's it. But we'll see how he's able to perform in the Gwen. Whose draft do you prefer here, do you think? Who do you think has the upper hand here in draft?
I like Stirling's draft. It's kind of the same as last time, where it's like, I just like what their heads at. You know, I like what they're trying. I like the options they're taking. I think Milio, Jinx, Wukong Ari is just such a strong 4 core. There's no true tank, but there's a lot of disruption, a lot of peel back, a lot of healing. The Enchanter Familio can get them out of the tight spot, and it's not, besides the Vex, it's not really bursty from UOE, and Vex, for my money, is not even the best burst mage, you know, really. Like, it's not an amazing spot, especially if you're not ahead, then you're really going to struggle to actually kill someone through Emilio. So I like what Stirling has. I think that UOE has this very interesting kind of, they've got 2 great side laners in Jax and Gwen, and then they have like a pick burst comp in the middle with Ashe and Vex and then Karma, which is a very weird dynamic, right? They've got great wave clear if they want to just play it like that, but they can also make active plays and maybe punish Stirling, who are trying to group up and shove and not deal with the side laners. So UOE's comp, I think, adds a lot of interesting weird dynamics into this, but you've got to manage it properly, I think. Otherwise, the Jinx, like I say, it's 1 kill you give to the Jinx, and it could be over. So
I do think Sterling's comp is really hard to play against. If you're not ahead as the Vex especially, and you're not getting like these flanks off in team fights, I think Jinx is just going to be unkillable. Like nobody's going to be able to touch it really. While like Trundle and Wukong are just disrupting the front line of Edinburgh, and they have no one to get onto Jinx. I think I think the fights are very hard for Edinburgh. I think while I play quite a bit of Vex, right? I think she's a super fan champ, right?
Big
but the
Vex
champ is not very good. Not very good.
She's not. She's bad.
It's the only way the champ is useful is if you're getting solo kills onto this Ari multiple times. And while it's a good matchup for Vex, and Fizeman is definitely able to do that, and I'm excited to see if he is able to pull it off, and if he was able to be an absolute like menace for this area and kind of shut down the mid jungle.
Yeah, I think that I really like the Trundle pillar in what Stirling can do with it. I think to try and stop Gwen getting a good run into the fight, to try and catch out an Ashe who's getting a bit too comfortable trying to poke in mid lane, right? He doesn't have a dash to get away from it. I think there's a lot of value that Horus could get out of this Trundle. Into the Jax, obviously the Jax, the Trundle is an auto-attacking champion, and Jax has a no auto-attack button, so there is a little bit, there's a definite skill matchup to be found up there of who's holding their buttons for when, right? And we know that Tumai is very adept and wants to push that 1v1 advantage. So either he's going to end up suffering again by trying to win that lane too hard and giving up kills, or we might actually see Tumai just take over this lane if he's able to just mind game the Trundle out and get the advantage there, and then you've just got a fed Jax to deal with, and it's just, I think that, you know, pushes it a bit too far over the edge perhaps. So there's room for Edinburgh, I think, to flex the skill that we know they have, right? But I like what Stirling has as an answer compositionally. So, and we also know that Stirling are not sleeping today. They're happily able to outskill in the moment at times, whether it's in the Dragon Pit, whether it's in lane matchups. We have seen them manage to get advantages individually as well. So it's definitely not cut and dry.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to get into game. The Trundle Jax matchup, I think this is going to be the top and mid matchups both are just going to be very volatile. There'll be a lot of fighting, and I'm excited to see that, because last game, while it was a good game, it was a little bit slow. You know, we were like 15 minutes in, those 2 kills. You know, I want a bit of fighting. You know, that's what Stirling are really good at. They picked this very fighty comp, and I'm excited to see them play on a comp that they're very comfortable with.
Yeah, they've got a comp that they can still get stuck in with, but maybe some better tools to really execute those fights, which is kind of what we wanted to see from them. In terms of like, even I just can't like ever say that any comp with Jinx and Enchanter gets outscaled by anybody, to be honest, right now. Like, I just can't say that with good conscience. And you know, the Ashe isn't going to be as much of a threat. The Jax and the Gwen, absolutely, but Jinx is just a bit of a different beast, you know? So I think it's really it's maybe gonna come down into whether you want to opt into those fights, and if they do, the onus is now on them, I think, to execute more intelligently, or if they want to go for those side lanes to try and win, which is something we didn't really get to see Stirling do, because they're getting dragged around to the soul points every time. You know, those early dragon stacking for UOE, I think, really helped them control the pace of the game. Largely, they almost threw it away nonetheless, but they did still get the dub. As we're on to the Rift, for game number 2, Crawford, UOE 1 win up, but we still like what Stirling is doing in the draft phase. We love where their head's at. We think they've got good tools to try and mount a comeback already. As Edinburgh grouping up heading into this top side, Horus has got to be careful here. Might be on the wrong side of a 5v1.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, and hopefully He doesn't step up too far.
Oh, he's picked the right spot.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
you seen her?
Oh, Feisman gave the
Okay, and
game
he's able
away.
to walk away.
Took the lazy route, didn't walk north far enough, and Horse is going to get to walk away with this one. Sad B indeed, Feisman.
Yeah, this means Stirling's able to walk into the bot side. They're able to play some vision if they want. They're able to see where the enemy Gwen is pathing to, which I think is really, really nice, especially when you're playing like a Trundle who wants to play really aggressive, that you know where the Gwen is going. But it looks like they didn't actually place a ward down. I think it's a pretty bad mistake. I think when you see the entire team top side, you're walking into that jungle to place a ward so you know where Gwen is. And they've not done that for some reason.
Well, they have a ward in their own jungle, so they will know if an invade happens. But I guess if that doesn't happen, they'll just have to guess. As Gwen now heading onto this bot side, in theory, we're going to see rotating up to top, as we saw from Wooden Spoon last time. As out comes the Counter-Strike, there's that stun. Little HP lead opening up already for Tumai. Has the Ignite as well.
Yeah,
I just noticed. Oh, my word, he is going for the kill.
He's going to play aggressive. We got both junglers actually pathing top this game, so we might get a very bloody 2v2 top side here once the junglers finish pathing.
Is that a tall normal going Ignite on the Jax?
I don't think so. I do not think so.
Seems crazy.
I think the thing is that you take the Ignite and it's like you have a lot of kill pressure on this Trundle now, but if you ever make a mistake and you die and you don't have that TP to bail you out, it's not looking good for you.
Yeah, Tumai was the problem child in the early game for Edinburgh last time by playing too aggressive. Has drafted an even more aggressive summoner and looks to be playing in the same way. So hopefully the comms are there and they can keep this Jax safe, covered off if nothing else by Mr. Cheddar to at least give him a chance in the 2 versus 2. As that top lane is going to push slowly but steadily towards the red side. Both junglers now heading onto that top side. Still a little while before they're going to have that way all the way in. Stun's coming through again. The Ignite now being a threat. That W Ignite leap strike could be massive. Horse has got to be careful to manage it.
Yeah, I mean, this Trundle, like, into this Jax matchup, what he wants to be doing, he wants to be just surviving lane until he's able to. Oh, Tumai's going for the dive. He flashes that.
Spot for the Jax, and he's just about alive. No one's in range to stop him. Even the minions can't get the job done. Feisman under pressure. The counterplay attempt from Stirling. Beautiful double fear out of the Vex. And Tumai with the flash, with the Ignite, gets the advantage he needs. All the minions go down to the tower. It's a nightmare for the Trundle.
That is absolutely horrific to Trundle. What I was just about to say there is that the Trundle just wants to play this safe. He wants to wait until he gets his Tiamat. Once he's got that Tiamat, he's just going to run through those waves and Jax can't stop him from farming. He's just going to keep like pushing wave over and over and Jax can do nothing about it. But the fact that he's put behind now and he's wasted that TP, he's missed a bunch of XP, but missed a bunch of minions. It's looking very rough for him now with Jax having the 2 long swords coming back. It's, I would not like to be this Trundle right now.
No, and we have the Wukong heading onto this bot side right now with Gwen invading on top side. Is going to steal away that red buff, and Wooden Spoon potentially is going to be left out in the cold as well. I don't think he's going to get there in time, and the Gwen's going to have his lunch money. Just walk away with it. It's not quite there. He's going to see it's gone, and now the realization sets in. It's another disaster. Actually, Mr. Cheddar has stuck around. Level 4, though, with the double buffs. And no Trundle quite in range. University of Edinburgh running this top side in game 2.
Wukong's able to get the Krugs though a little bit back into the game, but losing that red's gonna be a little bit tough. This Gwen's already multiple camps ahead. The Trundle's already losing lane. It's not looking too hot for Stirling.
Yeah, certainly not on the top side of the map. And I just checked on bot lane, Crawford. It's not looking much better down there. The Ashe Karma going to town on Jinx Milio. That early poke combination is getting huge value. Yes, Jinx is a win condition by herself on 3 items at 30 minutes, but we are certainly far from that point right now.
Yeah, we see both junglers come bot side. I wonder if they're both going to look to contest Drake here. Neither bot laners have reset, neither of the mid laners. Gwen is only sitting on a... She's sitting on a dagger and she's standing up the Drake. Wukong's got the 2 long swords. Sadly, don't have any prio in the bot lane. Looks like she's going to give this over. Wukong's going to farm up a bit.
Yep. It's a UOE sweep right now. Top lane is going swimmingly. They're going to start up that dragon stacking just like game number 1. And Stirling, an even tougher task. So far, there is no apparent weakness to prod at. No opening as Tumai is absolutely clouding on the Trundle. Gets another solo kill, hits level 6, and drops the hammer on him.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that matchup, once you fall behind in the Trundle, it's just going to be Jack's just wailing on him over and over and over again. He didn't even have to use like Ignite there to kill him. He's just able to take him out with just his basic abilities and ultimate. And Trundle is just, he's so far in the dirt now. But the one thing about Trundle is that no matter how far you put him behind, once he's got that 1-2 items and he's got that maxed out W, he's got the attack speed, if he's hitting a turret and you're not there to defend it, you're losing that turret every time. So while this Trundle, yes, he is far behind. If Tumai does not respect this Trundle, as we see Karma like to do a little bit of
flash as well. Good damage actually fired back. Lovely CC chain, and the rockets hit him pretty hard onto red pin. They wanted to force that one. I thought the Jinx had lost the flash, but nothing. But now with that health lead, might give them some platform to play from on the bot side. But Vitan seems to be just holding them down 1v2 right now.
We see Fizeman coming bot. Vex has the ultimate, got the flash up as well. Jinx has the barrier.
Clips him, comes through. The shield is there. There's a fear. There's no ignite on the Vex. And there's not enough damage. Stirling survive again, but now it's no summoners, no HP. This Jinx has got to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that's an average Vex moment when you go ball and she survives with 1 HP. As we see, we're going to the Dragon. We see a skirmish top side.
Oh no,
Trundle's getting taken down by Tumai again. Is he gonna?
Wooden Spoon focusing on the objective.
And the wave is absolutely doomed as well.
It is.
Bolly still hasn't reset down here.
Bro,
I feel very scared here.
That is very, very tough. The Jinx sticking around is crazy, to be honest. And I think at some point you just got to hold the L, get some HP back so you can test any kind of the wave. Because right now, UOE is over 2,000 gold in the lead with the Dragon. Oh my word, they still got the Jinx. Vitan again sniping after they thought the play was done. This guy just cannot be stopped.
I mean, that is just... There's no worse way to go down like that. But they did overcreep. They stayed too long when they're 1 HP. You can't be doing that against an Ashe and a Karma who's just going to poke you down and stop your recalls. They're going to slowly just push you out lane. Like, you can't stay in that much HP. They just don't respect the Karma damage there. And they get punished for it. So you see Tumai's got a bit of a freeze lane here going on against the Trundle. Not much he can do. Trundle's only got the 2 longswords to the Jax's Phage and 2 longswords, while Wukong is top looking for a play into the Jax.
There's the counter strike. I know there's no leap strike, but counter strike gives him the breathing room to get back to the tower. Wooden Spoon showing himself there, has the ultimate, no way to use it, and they'll at least break this freeze. That is something, but that's all. We have not seen Wooden Spoon get any purchase in the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, while this is good for Trundle to get bailed out of this, it puts Wukong behind the tempo, and against the Gwen, you don't want to be down in tempo. If that Gwen is ahead of you, it's not looking good.
It is certainly not looking good. We are 4-0 and in. 3k in the lead for University of Edinburgh. They've got the Jax split push or team fight threat already rolling off the starting blocks. Gwen is ahead. The Ashe and the Karma are keeping this Jinx as far out of the game as possible. You can see you're heading towards that Yuntal first item. It's an excellent synergizing item with that scaling attack speed off your crit for a Jinx. Maybe stops you maybe needing 3 items to get massive. You can start doing value even with just the 1. It's going to be a while before she even gets that, We're still working on the pieces here.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of Shaky Jakey this game, which I was a bit ashamed about. I was looking forward to him to get a little bit of prime in mid lane and looking to roam with the jungler, but he's not really left mid much. And well, it's been quiet on Fizeman's side as well. It's more... I was expecting a bit more from the mid jungle here, but they haven't really been trying to make proactive plays around the map.
Maybe Fizeman has just settled in and just gone, well, one of the ways I could approach this Ahri matchup is just by counter clearing the wave and stopping the Ahri from getting to roam. Without taking the ignite, the Vex isn't going to be as fiending for early kills and knows that the threat is lower, as this Karma Q damage is already massive going into the early lost chapter to really make those Mantra Soul Flares sting. But Feisman, if you're just going to stop Shaky Jakey getting anything done on the map with your Vex, open a small CS lead with how this early game has gone, this is maybe what they needed Tumai to be doing in the last game, you know? Just push the wave and walk away. There's no need to give them an opportunity to find a punish.
And Tumai's already got the Triforce already filled.
Oh my word, it's 10 minutes.
This tower is not going to be living for much longer, I'll tell you that much. But hopefully Stirling maybe looking for a player on the opposite side of the map here as Shaky Jakey dashes in. Oh, Charm goes wide.
Oh, no one's ready to catch it.
The wall.
Karma's got Feisman waiting in the wings to try and keep him alive. Shaky Jake with another ult charge as they're looking for damage onto Red Pin, but the Karma's got the healing. In comes Feisman with the ultimate. The root as well. The perfect combination. Feisman and Vitan punishing Shaky Jakey. The first time Ari gets on the map, it goes horribly wrong.
It could not be worse for Stirling there. The play looked decent at the start, but they just weren't able to react well enough to the flash from Vitan, and Shaky Jakey missing his charm like that. You can't be missing those kind of charms.
And it's a bit too shaky, if I dare say, as the second dragon's going to come over for Edinburgh. And this is how Edinburgh and Stirling somewhat has gone, right there. Edinburgh has always come out on top one way or another. Stirling has given them a good run for their money, perhaps the best run for their money of anyone else in this Battle for Scotland season. And they can make Edinburgh bleed just a little bit, but certainly Edinburgh comes out on top. They are the champions for a reason, and today they are really looking like it.
Yeah, I mean, this game just looking much harder as time goes on. As maybe they fight, you see a fight topside, so am I jumping onto the Trundle, nothing coming out with that. They're just going to pick up 6 grubs for themselves. Oh, not 6 grubs, sorry. Just the 3 as we see.
Jinx kill. Jinx double kill, no less. How did this happen?
I mean, if you want to get back into the game, you're doing that by getting kills onto your Jinx. It's exactly what Stirling needed. And, I mean, she's picked up the Yuntao blades now, and hopefully they can get a bit more use out of her. They can get a little bit more push in the bot lane, maybe play around the Jinx and melee a bit more. And all Stirling are hoping to do is just delay the game, hoping this Jinx gets fair enough, gets the 3 items, 4 items on her. But
yeah.
As
much as Shaky Jakey has been slowed down, he still got to the Malignance, and this is all you need as an Ari. You've got the one item that makes you now viable in the mid game. So not really behind the curve, despite being down in kills in CS, still able to be useful. Unless Feisman has something else to say about it, but that is the shot in the arm that Stirling needed. You're absolutely right. If they went any further than this, they were going to run out of a time when Jinx has a chance to get a kill as another play is attempted. But this time, Stirling has the help coming around the corner. Wooden Spoon looking for an angle, dashes onto the minions, holding that ultimate. Vitan forced into the alcove. The first charge doesn't land. The second one doesn't quite land. They get 0 knockups off the Wukong ult, and Ched around the corner to slice and dice his way into this fight, as meanwhile mid lane Feisman took the solo kill, and just like that, the hope blossoming in bot lane for Stirling gets snuffed out.
It's a disaster across the entire map for Stirling. Your mid lane's getting solo killed, and you're making a play on the bot side, and Wukong, that ulti, you just wasted both of the ult charges, not getting any value out of it at all. The Jinx isn't able to get any damage down you. And once again, Stirling, they overchased on that bot side. They overchased, they went too far, and then Mr. Cheddar came in on the Gwen and just snipped them up, and it was an absolute disaster for the Stirling bot side.
It is a tragedy there as the outer turrets tumble as well. 7.5k, the gold lead at 14 minutes. That's almost every single play on the map secured by Edinburgh. They've got kills in all the lanes. Again, this well-rounded team, this 5 fingers creating a fist that is University of Edinburgh. They do not rely on solo carries. Everyone pulls their weight, and they are really pulling away with game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of Edinburgh that we want to see, right? They're consistent, all the lanes are winning, they're while the play being made on the opposite side of the map, you're making a play on the other side, you're reacting to plays, and this is kind of Edinburgh we expect from them. And it's a locked game, and Stirling they haven't been able to catch up in the same way that Edinburgh have adapted to the playstyle.
yeah, Stirling were always able to find a way to keep it more or less level in game number 1. Before even the big steals in the team fights, they had these little opportunities. They were exploiting weaknesses in the University of Edinburgh early game, but there are no such weaknesses right now. We've seen one successful play by Stirling in the bot side, perhaps a small moment of overconfidence from Redpin and Bitan, but besides that, they then went right back to styling on the Stirling bot lane, and the rest of the map has been all Edinburgh all day. As we hit the 15-minute mark, once again, Edinburgh 2 dragons up with another Infernal Rift to play for. If Stirling don't find a miracle way into this fight, they're going to be staring down the barrel of another soul, and they might have to rely on some more Wooden Spoon miracles to keep this game open.
Yeah, as we see, Drake's coming up on 40, but it doesn't look like Stirling's going to be able to contest this at all. They're just so far behind in every lane, and I think Stirling's going to give the Drake and is going to try and get a little bit of farm with Jinx, get maybe an item or two, but they're looking for a play. Work on engages onto the red
decent flank. They've got the bot lane caught again. It seems like the only duo that Stirling can really draw a bead on, and they managed to get both of them down just in time to maybe contest this dragon once again. Now it's not all done, and Tumai is really leaning on the split push. I mean, he doesn't have TP, so what else is he gonna do? He's gonna find that inner as the Herald is now coming down. University of Edinburgh are throwing multiple threats onto the map to try and distract Stirling, and it is working. They'll find that mid lane turret, they're leaving the dragon, and Edinburgh still has a chance for that soul point.
Yeah, we see. Oh, I mean, they get the kill there, but okay, Wukong's looking. See the Jinx walking down here. It's a 4v4, no TP on the Ari, and Tumai, of course, with the ignite, is not going to TP down. Same with Shadow's walking out, but as the arrow, Asher arrow comes in, hits the Jinx.
Oh my word, the damage. This is just the karma, by the way, and here comes Fizeman to close the deal. Wukong gets away with the clone, most of his HP intact, but another ult from Fizeman sends Stirling packing, flies in anyway, straight into the charm. It's a classic Vex moment. Just gave himself away to try and look for the reset, but only gives the shutdown. But the one thing Edinburgh did get there is they got the dragon. Another Infernal Soul point, another tower for Jax in the top lane, and that Herald even crashed in bot side.
I mean, while it's not the worst play for Stirling, like, they get the kill into Fizeman as he overextends a bit too much, but they lose the Drake, they lose a top tier 2, a top tier 1, a top tier 3, sorry, and the Herald hits on the bot tier 2 just for Jax to just come over and just hit once or twice and get another massive influx of gold. It's just not looking good. As Shaky J goes to engage on the Ashe, he has the charm into Redpin.
The charm that time. The Ashe under threat. We mentioned the immobile Ashe, no dashes to be found, could be under threat, and this again is the only way that Stirling have found to get some aggressive moves. Wooden Spoon diving deeper and deeper, drops the ultimate for a killing spree, eliminates the karma as well as the Gwen looking for a spot of revenge, but do they have the assistance they need? Fizeman's in deep, Jinx is around the corner as Wukong evaporates in that play. Did not have enough to stop Fizeman in his tracks, and Jinx forced to flash away from the resetting ultimate. Shadow looking for more, drops, hits that needlework. There is Emilio in the Jinx's pocket, but Fizeman no longer with all the tools to keep this chase going. The Ashe arrow will sail past, lands onto the Emilio. Fizeman, without the ultimate, I don't think has the damage for this one. In fact, puts himself at risk potentially against this Jinx as the ults are coming through once again. The W there, but the shield is ready. And Tumai on the flank, ready to put the seal on this one. It was looking a little dicey, like Jinx had an angle, but Tumai says absolutely not.
You've got Stirling got absolutely no one to answer this Jax, so while all that fighting is happening inside jungle, Jax taking the tier 2 bot, he's pushing out the Ari, and he's getting a flank onto the team and taking out the Jinx for Stirling, and it's... While Stirling they're trying to be proactive now, and I like it. They're trying to make plays with the Ari and the Wukong, trying to get the picks out, but it's too late now. It's too late in the game for this to be happening. This should have been happening, you know, 5-10 minutes ago, when you're not 10k gold behind.
And Edinburgh are doing so well at always having more than one threat on the map. Tumai is so consistently threatening those turrets that you're never going to be able to commit to a play without losing something on the other side. And that's what this Fed Jax can offer. 2.5 items deep, no troubles at any time of this game. Again, Tumai scaling up throughout the series, becoming a massive massive threat for Stirling to deal with. Only the Jinx really has a hope of doing so. The Ahri's doing okay. 2 items deep, managed to find some picks, but no one else is going to be able to deal with that scaling threat. And the doors just keep getting shut in Stirling's face.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx, not even 2 items yet. This is the only saving hope for Stirling, is that this Jinx gets enough items. Like, well, yes, they're getting picks in the Ahri and the Wukong. It's never going to be enough to win the full team fights. When you have the Gwen, they have the Ashe, and the Jax are just able to win the longer team fights. They need to get gold on this Jinx. Make it happen soon.
They really, really do. They really need the bot lane for Edinburgh to step up too aggressively again. That seems to have been a successful formula for them. They'd love to get a shutdown off this Jax or this Gwen, perhaps. Gwen, in fact, skipping the Riftmaker stage that Wooden Spoon went for, going straight for the second item, Rabadon's. It's all damage as Shaky over the wall doesn't find the charm, but they'll still get that first kill on the support. Redpin now slowed by the zap, but Weisman in with a massive fear to slow this fight down as 2 lies on the flank. Wooden Spoon desperately diving forward to try and get something, but cannot secure it. Ends the fight 1-for-1.
Well, it looks like a good starting fight for Stirling as they pick out Vitan. Oh! Jinx Rocket nearly takes out Redpin as he survives on the 1P. But that fight there it was looking good for Stirling at the start, and then the Vex comes in and she's able to zone away this Jinx, and she's not poking, and she just doesn't have enough damage at this moment to be a real threat. Like, if that Vex goes in and the Jinx has 3 items there, like, where she was standing, the Vex is just going to get blown up, but the Jinx just doesn't have damage, not able to punish the Vex for only going onto the Melio and not onto the Jinx, and it just means they're losing for Stirling.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a wallet diff moment. We have seen that gold lead pretty much stall out from the 14-minute mark. It's remained about 7k. It's now closer to 8 or 9, but it's been fairly consistent and not really growing over the last few minutes, because Stirling have been able to pick up consistent kills as this fight has continued. Tumai does get the ult forced out of Ahri with the dragon spawning. That's a massive cooldown to take off the table, but Ahri at least has teleport to try and get into this fight. Edinburgh taking it nice and slow though. They're not going to rush into this one.
Yeah, we see the Jax base and maybe looking to work towards Drake here. Ahri's catching the wave, does have a TP as you said.
Right onto Jinx. There's no one to help her. Somebody help this Jinx as Milio's doing his best. Redpin forced away, but the HP difference is massive. Wooden Spoon's looking for this. Redpin flashes in to get the knock up, but Ashe has a summoner of her own, and the rest of Edinburgh peel back to protect their own carry. Jinx gets away in with the Vex. There's the reset, and Cheddar, huge damage with the AP item build, and Jinx melts at the end of it all. Trundle follows it up, and Edinburgh managed to lock up what was a tricky fight into a decisive win.
It's just, as you said, a wallet diff at this point. Like, well, yes, they get the red pin super low and they can nearly punish it, but they just don't have the damage at the moment. They don't have the damage to finish off the kills. Shaky Jake had a bit of a late player TP'd into the blue side bot jungle there. We fought with, I couldn't get any value out of it. We'll see what Edinburgh decide to do from here.
So it's a weird fight where both of the front lines, I think, were still trying to posture around Dragon, and both of the back lines, the bot lanes, just started wailing on each other kind of somewhere else on the map, and then the rest of both teams had to go, hang on, what is going on here? We're trying to protect you here, and you're both just fist fighting somewhere else without our protection. That being said, Edinburgh do walk away the winners, and they walk away the bearers of the Infernal Soul. No steal possible this time for Wooden Spoon. And Edinburgh, yes, they might have sold out a little in this game. The lead was no longer growing, but with the Infernal Rift, I dare say it's going to become a lot easier for them to do so. The Baron is live as well, and if it can keep control of the map this well, Stirling's going to be hard-pressed to find a way back in. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they will simply find it straight away as Cheddar on the front line is going down. The Vex ult doesn't connect, and Ashe dies too. I couldn't even finish saying how difficult it was going to be, Crawford, before Stirling gets the double kill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they managed that. Like, they're just not playing how they should be playing now. They're kind of being just. They're not, like, they're so far ahead where they can just play a safe game and they're just not. They're trying to take too much. They're trying to take more than they can. You know.
A lot of walking into the jungle and dying is what I'm seeing right now. There's a lot of deaths in the Stirling side jungle. Perhaps a little bit of an aggressive warding maneuver as Vitan and Tumai have caught Trundle trying to get a wave out. And the rampage for Tumai continues. 4 kills, no deaths, 3 items deep. The Jax is the only one to have not put a foot wrong so far in this game. As the rest of Edinburgh a little bit sloppy with success right here. They do seem to feel like they can just walk in and take anything. And that is not the case. Wooden spoon. I respect the effort. My friend desperately tried to get into the pit, but couldn't outmaneuver the Karma Chain, the Jack stun, and the Vex ultimate. And the reset is found. The Milio shield keeps them alive, denies the reset as Jinx trying to fire back. There's the flash. No zap connects as Ari picks up a straight bouncy on the bot side. So Stirling now looking down the barrel of the Infernal Soul and the Baron buff, looking down the barrel of an 0-2 start in this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Oh, it's looking rough for Stirling. I mean, I respect the Wukong there, trying to make something happen. We're trying to just get the steal, delay the game a bit longer, yeah, let your Jinx get some items, but it's too far gone. It's not good. I hope that Stirling just kind of decide to not take this too hard. I hope they don't get mental diffed a bit too much for this. I hope they just kind of realize, okay, game's over. You know, we'll try our best, try and delay as long as possible, but hope next game they're able to come in with a bit of a fresher mind. They don't take this difficult kind of game too hard, you know. Yeah,
this is a go next game. You know, you have that mishap in the top side, 3-0 before you know really what's happened. On the Ignite Jacks, and you go, well, you know, it's one of those games. We just kind of flubbed this early game. It's never really going to be winnable. Maybe if Edinburgh pulled an almighty throw, if they really got overconfident with it, which they have shown a few signs of being, but realistically, this was sewn up for Edinburgh very early on. And they've managed to play clean enough to keep the advantages growing as they're now breaking the base. And Stirling can pretty much only just watch. There's just too much bearing down on them. So you're absolutely right. If they can just take a mental reset after this game and just think, you know what? We flopped that. Let's get a better plan going into the next game. I don't even think necessarily the draft was an inherent problem. They have struggled in the lanes as the Vex again flies in. Cannot find the kill she wanted, but they'll take the Wukong, that's for sure. More inhibs tumbling, and Edinburgh swarming over the Nexus towers. Empowered minions stepping into the base. Jinx still alive, looking for that one reset, that critical kill that could give her a chance to save this one. The rest of the team battered and bruised on the fountain. One Nexus turret falls. Perhaps they have enough damage to keep this one going for just a little while longer.
Stirling, they managed to stay in the game for the time being. Somehow, miraculously, they have decent wave play with the Jinx and the Ari, and they're able to do quite a bit of chunk damage while also clearing the wave, so they're able to stop that. But it's just a slow process of, I mean, everyone knows what it feels like when you've been triple inhibited. You got waves pushing in, and Drake's about to spawn. It's Elder Drake, you know. Looks Edinburgh should just be able to take this and just be able to finish the game easily, but I'd like to see Edinburgh, Stirling at least try and maybe contest this, maybe get a steal on the Drake somehow, but
I think you just got to send it. You got to send it. Triple in. You've got a window of about 30 seconds to leave your base before the super minions will start ending the game. So probably just run it down, guys, in the most literal sense. Just run it down into the fight, see what you can do, see what the Jinx can find. 3 items has been secured. There's a Rabidance on the Ari. They've got damage to bring to bear, but they need to actually find a way to fight it, because if you're going triple inhib waves into Elder, I don't think even Jinx can fight her way out of that one.
No, as we see, every time putting a little poke into the Melio, Jakey walking up a bit. See if we can get a little bit of room, a little bit of territory. But
Gatekeeper Fiesman has the fear ready, pushes Jakey out, pops the ultimate. Perfect positioning by the Vex to just strip away the options. Down goes the Elder. Wooden Spoon not there in time to even threaten the steal. And that should be the final nail in the coffin. Feisman looking for more, gets the fear, has the execute now as well. Still can't find the kill. Classic Vex moment. But this game is all but over. Wooden Spoon deep in the mid lane, trying to cut the wave. My friend, they've got 3 waves. I'm sorry. there's no chance.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Looking to have a little bit of fun here, maybe a little bit of talent diving, but
yeah, they're gonna look for those fights. They've got the execute there. They actually came pretty close to losing that fight, to be honest. HP, at least by the HP totals, but of course they're not focusing on the kills. They're focusing on the Nexus. They're focusing on securing that 2-0. Edinburgh now leading the series definitively over Stirling in a very, very different story from game number 1. It all went wrong from the very first clash up in that top lane, Crawford, and from then Edinburgh, Edinburgh are a team we can trust with the lead, at least thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Tumai just had his number the entire game. It wasn't even close. He absolutely stopped him, solo killed in the lane multiple times. You know, it was just after that first solo kill, it was over for top lane, and then sadly the mid jungle wasn't able to get much done with it either. I was hoping they'd be a bit more proactive, make some more plays around the map, but we didn't really see it come out of them.
Yeah, it seemed like they were just kind of behind the curve, you know. Feisman, I think, was able to just keep Ari under wraps in the mid lane, always had the prio when needed, and then we just didn't really see hide nor hair of Wooden Spoon for large parts of that game. We saw Mr. Cheddar trying to get some good ganks off and get some value in several of the lanes, but the Wukong was a little bit invisible at times, and I believe ended that game well over 100 CS down on Mr. Cheddar. So, you know, if you put an AD carry in the jungle, you know, at least is going to find gold on the map. We know this for sure. And the farming was pretty massive for the Gwen that game. So, Stirling, as we'd said, forget it. Just go next game, okay? That didn't happen. Don't worry about it. Just, you came from the losers bracket. Let's just say that Edinburgh came in with a 1-game advantage, you know? That one didn't occur. Let's remember game 1 and all the opportunities you had from that game as you prepare going into game number 3. For now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back in just a little bit to see if Edinburgh can wrap up a 3-0 or if Stirling can begin to fight back in this grand final.
Some good ideas will pop up with a new, different wind. I'm gonna let it take me to people that will trust me. I've been stuck inside my house too long. Can't stand being all alone, wasting hours on my phone. I'm ready to go now. On my way, I won't let fear hold me back. It's here to stay. On my way, all of my dreams are now a step away. So here I am, about to explore. I feel I must like never before. I'll take a chance on reaching my shore. My heart is full of hope, I'm on my way, and I won't ever stop. So here I am, about to explore. I feel I must like never before. I'll take a chance on reaching my shore. My heart is full of hope, I'm on my way, and I won't ever stop. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to boss, I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the flashing right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the high life with a few. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah, yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Thanks for showing me what love can do. It broke me into two. Should've never believed you when you swore your love like it's your truth. But left out of the blue, now I got nothing to lose. I hate that I still hear your voice. All through the night, you're still calling my name. I hate that I do anything to feel it all again. I wanna let you be the one to go and bring me down. You're the shit a bullet through my heart and make me drown. Take that easy, you I know it's better than some hell. But I'm still in love with you, and I do it all the deja vu. Don't know where it started going south. I stood with my eyes closed underneath your whole shadow. Thought that you were meeting me halfway, but I found myself inching to you as you're leaving. Got me stuck in a high, creating a show. You ran out of love and I didn't know. Can never let you go unless my heart turned to stone. This can't be the end of our road. I hate that I still hear your voice. All through the night you're still calling my name. I hate that I do anything.
He goes in and he steals the Baron.
Oh yes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the League of Legends Battle for Scotland Grand Final. Edinburgh now 2-0 up over Stirling. After, you know, I can't think of a better way to phrase this from Mora himself in chat. A little bit of a top lane problem, you know? Small issue up on the north side of the map right there. Like, legitimately, if that's a pro team scrim, they're remaking that scrim. You know, that happens. They're like, nah, not playing this one out. No point.
Yeah, it was a very rough one for Stirling. They didn't really get into the game at any points, to be honest. It was kind of just, it was a hard stomp from Edinburgh. And there was an Edinburgh that has had issues over the past 8 weeks in being consistent and winning lanes and not like kind of making mistakes over and over again. But we saw them in that game there, kind of drove from game one and just absolutely stomp every single lane. You got two man like popping off, and compared to the first game where he's getting caught out by the Gwen over and over and over again. He's really taking a foot for the team, and he's taking a step forward and stepping up to the plate and being that carry. And he was an absolute menace in the side lane, you know, while he didn't even have TP, but it didn't matter because everyone had to match him, okay? So it's like, he can just be in the top side, and if there's a fight going on the bot side, he's always going to get something out of it. And he was absolutely vital to that win for Edinburgh, and he was the MVP for that game. It was absolute pop-up performance.
Yeah, that was a don't worry, I'll carry performance from Tumai right there. We have seen this out of him before, and we may see it again in this third game. Or perhaps we'll see if Horus Mora can get a little bit of a better handle on that one. We are cycling through some of the counter picks, some of the answers that they have prepared. The Scion worked decently well. The Trundle certainly suffered. We know the Pantheon is there. We know the Gnar is there that's been banned before as well. So we know there's more in the tank. But we'll see how they want to approach this one. If they want to go blind into that top lane, if they want to actually save it for an ultimate counter pick, what side selection they've even got here. There's a lot of ways for Stirling to approach this. The one thing that they have consistently been able to do in that last game was catch and find punishes on the bot lane. And that does seem to be something where the only real consistent weakness Edinburgh has shown today is when they're ahead, they get a little sloppy with it. They get a little loose with it. They will just walk into the jungle and be like, this is fine, and then they'll end up giving away some kills. So if Stirling's actually even or ahead, we saw in game number 1, it can make the game very, very tight. As we're back into pick and ban, and we're back to the mid lane bans.
Yeah, I mean, the same exact bans from both sides, more or less. It's the same champs over and over again. Champs that just have so much agency from both of the mid laners, and Stirling's actually opted for blue side this time compared to the last game they took red side. So I wonder if they have a little bit of a different idea for the draft. Maybe they want to pick up something a bit more powerful in the B1 slot. We'll have to see.
Yeah, so last time it was used by UOE on the Ashe. They took that one very early on, and that did work very well in the laning phase, but it did kind of settle back a little bit later on that the arrows were still hitting. Edinburgh, in fact, denying it, predicting an early pickup by Exponadal. It is a favored pick of his as well. This must mean that the Hui so far is open, but the Caitlyn is going to be the option. So this was used to decent effect by Redpin in game number 1. But again, the bot lane hasn't necessarily been much of the focus, I think, in this series. It's been more about the mid and top side. And we'll see what Edinburgh's answer to this Caitlyn is going to be, because they don't have the Ashe to go to. It's meant to be an answer to Corki. Who knows how good of an answer it actually is. But there's plenty of ranged options left. The Varus, something that springs to mind that you mentioned before, that is very commonly picked by Redpin, and it looks like there it is.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Caitlyn from Stirling, because, I mean, it's the bot laner for Stirling. We've seen him on, what, Sivir and Jinx now. Bit of a... nothing too exciting, you know, kind of taking a back foot, just letting the team kind of play and just kind of hoping to scare a bit, and it's not worked. So I'm excited that he's taking a bit of a different stance here. We're picking up the Caitlyn, trying to play for a bit more of an aggressive lane, and UE picking out the Varus again. This is a pick that Redpin is very good on, and he's shown time and time again that he can perform in this champion. As they pick up the Karma as well. Looks like they're fighting fire with fire. They're picking poke into the Caitlyn as they pick up the Lux, maybe.
Yeah, I was looking at Wash's champion pool, and I was seeing Janna, I was seeing Lux, and I was thinking, this is some good Caitlyn pairing right here. So it's all range all day in the bot side. In this game number 3, they're slamming the Aurora again as well. So Shaky Jakey, perhaps suspecting that they were going to go back to the mid lane bans in the second rotation, as they did in game number 2, locks in that Aurora, which despite didn't have a great time in the lane, but still did have decent damage later on. I think was shut out a little bit too far, and the game was more about the Gwen than about the Aurora, but certainly I think a better performance than the Ahri, which did look a little shakier if I may say. So, okay, Weisman says fine. Take the Aurora. It's a Kali type.
He doesn't care. He said to him, I've beaten you in lane twice in a row now. I'm going to make it a third.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you how a real mid laner plays the game. He's playing a Kali. This champ,
Channeling.
if you know how to play this champ, you can do a lot of damage within team fights. Especially against Caitlyn, Lux, and Aurora. These champs are going to get up by this Akali if she's allowed free reign of the backline.
Yeah, it does add a little bit of a very tricky threat for a normally quite safe backline for the Caitlyn and the Lux. It's safe by distance primarily, you know, but the Akali can cross vast distances very, very easily, can jump walls, can use the stealth to get in range, can use the shroud. So I love this pickup of Weisman. This is a great threat to lock in right there, and we'll see if we can channel a bit of Chris G to come through and get the spirit onto the rift. But top lane focus from Edinburgh in that second half. The Scion and the Mundo taken away, perhaps infamous as it is, as Stirling instead focusing on the jungle. That Skarner was hovered before. We did see Mr. Cheddar. He had a game on it, but the champion is certainly very, very good. And we'll see if they want to keep locking him down right there, as it's just the top and jungle open for Edinburgh now.
Yeah, I wonder what Edinburgh looking to pick here. It's
Surely
I'd like to see a little bit CC
right?
out for them.
Surely.
Oh, and Best has been banned as scared of. He is actually enabled for the playoffs, so
yeah,
I think Stirling Seattle they pick up the Xin Zhao. Okay,
sure,
interesting pick. I don't know how I feel about it because
I think it's just like we need a jungler and we don't really care what kind of jungler.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pick Xin Zhao. It's just that it's a champion that I think against like Wukong, where I think you can slot it into a lot of different types of play. And they've got the Karma as well. They've got good, you know, stand and fight. They've got decent skill expression there. The Xin Zhao and the Akali, decent dive, but a lot of frontlining duty, I imagine, for Cheddar today as the Poppy comes in.
I like
Great,
this Poppy
that.
pick.
As an anti-Xin Zhao and an anti-Akali option.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy just like makes it completely unplayable for Akali. The second she ults in, you're just pressing that W, she gets stunned, you ear against the wall, and she can't play the game. But we'll see what they pick last. I wonder if this Poppy's going to be going jungle. Sorry, yeah, jungle or top here. We'll see what Stirling opt in for in B5.
I like that they've given themselves the flex here to deal with the inevitable 2-my counter pick, or I guess not, because we've locked in a Nocturne. So we're going to see the Poppy top, presumably here. I would have liked them to, I don't know how easy it is to just say, oh, just find a flexible jungler that also works. You know, it's easier said than done, perhaps. But giving that option to potentially be very disruptive against the Jax or an Aurelia or even an Aatrox, or any of these dash-based champions that are, and even Cassante, right? The bread and butter of 2-my, the Poppy can be very annoying for that. It forces him off of that archetype, but it does let him pick his matchup, and Set is the answer. So now it's Edinburgh digging deep into the pockets for the counters today.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen 2-my play Set before. So it might be interesting to see how this goes. The Nocturne pick, I'm not a fan of. I think it doesn't really fit into the comp well. It's kind of Nocturne goes in by himself and then who's kind of with him kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have damage doing follow-up with him. Doesn't have any much CC. Like, I don't know. I don't think it really fits in the comp. I would rather like maybe a Sejuani or a Vi or something to appeal for a bit for your Caitlyn, Lux, and Aurora. But
yeah. I guess it's just for peeling paranoia. It's just for utility paranoia where you just press R and turn the vision off and then don't do anything. That's all it's really going to be, I suppose. Because yeah, the Poppy is all about peel. The Caitlyn Lux want to stand back. The Aurora as well is a great, like, I'm going to stand back here and just kind of dip and dive. It's not a diving champion inherently. So, you know, the Varus and the Karma may end up relatively untouched throughout these fights. But the Set, the Akali and the Xin Zhao, they do want to get stuck in. And if you turn the lights off on them, that could be pretty frustrating. So, again, it's hard to call like a hard winning draft here. I think that I like the Akali. I feel confident with Weisman's Akali into trying to bully out the Aurora. The Set, I just don't know if that's winning or not. I think, mate, probably, right? Because it doesn't get punished.
I would imagine he wins a solo 1v1 with Poppy. But the thing is, I don't imagine Nocturne going top this game really. Like, I feel like he kind of has to play. Both junglers have to play for the bot lane with how much of an aggressive matchup it is for both sides. I think both junglers have to pass towards the bot lane, have to play for them, look to cover them. Maybe if they overextend, look to punish them for that. but and then the Poppy's just gonna be sat by herself against the set. It's just gonna run her down essentially. You know, there's not too much a Poppy can do against a set.
You just throw your buckler at him and then run away, I guess, and then you can't farm. So yeah, because if you're in range to Q, he's in range to E, I think. So it's and you don't want that trade. So yeah, we'll see how Mora can deal with this one. Horus has had a turbulent top side so far, and Tumai has been really indexing into the 1v1 domination. And second game they really did find it. So Edinburgh going to be coming off a very high momentum coming into this one, Tumai especially, but Feisman I think also can be super confident, has picked like he's confident. And then I think for Stirling, it's maybe about finally finding a way to get this bot lane off the ground happy, because they managed to get a little bit of gold. We've seen flashes of success there. But now it's Caitlyn Lux. If you're going to win a lane, it's time to win the lane, with Caitlyn Lux, this is the time. Yeah,
if you need to win this lane early, because you're getting outscaled by the Varus Karma, okay? Yeah. Like, as much as Varus Karma is pretty decent early game, because you got quite a bit of poke damage. Like, Caitlyn Lux should be winning out in this matchup. They should be pushing into Varus Karma, but they need to really care for the jungles coming down and for the 3v3 bot side.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of pressure on Stirling's early game. They have managed to find advantages on Edinburgh sometimes, but Edinburgh is generally quite buttoned up. Today at least in that laning phase, so we'll see if they're able to keep that one rolling for them. For the jungle attention here, Nocturne of course is going to be playing a relatively farm to level 6 centric early game. The Xin Zhao though, from Mr. Cheddar, obviously the bot lane is going to be a lot of pushing potential on both sides, so you said you expect both bot lanes to junglers to maybe end up down there. Xin Zhao of course going to be a bit more of a terror I think early on. But then there's there's options in mid lane. If Aurora ends up getting caught a position, the top lane as well, if Tumai manages to hold the wave in a bad spot, the Poppy doesn't have a great way of managing to deal with that one, I think. So I think we'll see how much Mr. Cheddar wants to do. He's not been the most proactive jungle today, generally speaking. I mean, neither of them have been super proactive, but yeah, I think he's kind of just been happy to let his lanes get on with it, and that seems fine for Edinburgh. Seems like a decent strategy.
Yeah, I mean, he is slowing into position. All he needs to do, like, he's got the better, I'd say, lanes. Like, all three lanes are just better in skill, and all he needs to do is just sit there. He just needs to play for this team, play around them. Don't make plays by yourself, as we've seen him kind of try and be a little bit more aggressive by himself, and it's not worked too well, and he's been picked off a few times. But all he needs to do is just play around his team, play around his hard winning top and mid, as they've been throughout most of this series. And if he just plays around his strong sides and doesn't try and get too aggressive and doesn't try and do too much himself, I think he just needs to do his job,
Yeah, it's really the Edinburgh's biggest enemy are themselves today. When they have a little bit too much fun, they get a little bit too excited, they get, I'm gonna carry, I'm gonna 1v2 this, and then Stirling they're not individually better enough than Stirling to just outplay them for no reason, to just be like, I'm just gonna win because I'm just that much better. They're not that much better on an individual mechanics level. They can't just steamroll Stirling. They have to play the game properly, which they mostly do. Whenever they stop, they start to lose out pretty instantaneously, but when they play the game by the book, they have been pretty much untouchable today.
Yeah, that's the thing. When Edinburgh don't play their game and they play Stirling's game, like, Stirling are just going to win team fights, and they're going to play the messy game, as I said before. Like, that's all this is that Edinburgh, they are genuinely the better team, and they have better macro and they have better mechanics, but Stirling has just somehow managed to pull down Edinburgh often. They do it often, more like over and over again. They pull them down. Make it messy, and that's something to say for Stirling, because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the few teams that managed to even take games off this roster, right? They managed to secure that 3-1 record, Edinburgh with the 4-0, and no one else managed to break out of the 2-2 zone, right? Stirling managed to distinguish themselves from the rest of the pack, and they've shown an ability to, as you say, drag Edinburgh down into their game and manage to use that to get advantages. So they've got something there. There is an element here that they can exploit if they can just button up a little bit in the laning phase, if they can avoid getting too far behind, because we know that Edinburgh with the lead is very, very strong. If Stirling can keep this one even, we know that when it comes down to it, they've got the chops to walk out the 5v5 the winners. As we're on to the Rift for game number 3, everybody. Edinburgh looking for that 3-0. Stirling would like to get the reverse sweep kicked off right now, please, but they've got a decent Edinburgh draft in front of them. They've got a different strategy coming into this one. A lot of bot focus, a very different idea in the jungle. And let's see if it's enough to turn this series around for University of Stirling.
Yeah, we see Tumai. He's not taking the Ignite this matchup. He's trying to opt into
Insecure.
maybe play a little bit safer this matchup. Maybe doesn't feel as confident in his set ability. But
well, yeah, maybe quivering a little bit. Maybe quaking up in that top lane.
Maybe a little bit scared of the popping. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how this top lane shakes out. I do feel like the set is probably going to pummel the Poppy a little bit.
Yes.
And we'll see how true that is. If Wooden Spoon wants to dedicate more time, that was one of the most successful parts of game number 1, was just punishing Tumai, trying to push his 1v1 advantage too hard. As we see Wash and Expa Nadal hanging out in the bot lane as well, looking for a cheeky
fist bump there.
level 1. There we go.
Yeah, they're hopefully going to get a little bit of poke onto the Edinburgh bot lane here. See, both ADCs have Hail Blades, so Caitlyn with this Hail Blades, if she gets ulti off in the bush, she's getting one of her passives off, and it's going to be quite a bit of damage here.
Root, it's brutal, but Wash is the one actually going down. The heal is there, and Caitlyn's only got the barrier. Lux survives, but the auto attack still trading back and forth. It's pretty, it's messy, it's bloody, it's chaos down there. Both supports limping away.
I mean, we expected this, but already in the first 10 seconds of the lane, like, they're scrapping already. We see a little bit of scrap in the top lane, a little bit of damage, a winning trade for Tumai there. As I guess in a pushing wave state here. Both junglers are started top side, probably pathing bot as we expected. Mid lane, Tumai, Fiesman just getting a little bit of XP, waiting out.
Yep. Looks like so far Redpin has managed to walk away with the most HP of anyone down here. Gets control of the wave. They'll be able to control it for just a little while longer. But Vitan is very, very low. Can't really step up to control any space in the fight, as any catch will result in that Karma going down at this point. With the heal already gone through the barrier, can't help her. So they've got to be respectful in this bot lane. Yeah, we'll see if there's actually going to be jungle focus right here. It seems like both junglers are pathing down towards it. We'll see who's actually got the push when they arrive.
Yeah, see, both ADCs are more or less same HP, but Vitan's a little bit lower in HP as Lux walks up to the... as she has the binding. The trap onto Varus.
Big combo exhaust onto the Karma, in fact, to lessen the impact of that when the barrier comes down. Caitlyn holding onto both summoners really walks the line, and Expa Nadal finally the bot lane flashes over for the double kill with the style points at the end of it.
I mean, that was just absolute, like, insanely well played from both members of Stirling, but Mr. Cheddar comes in.
Okay,
he misses the W.
Hang on.
Does
not get the W, and the root doesn't quite connect, so won't be able to
and
find
they walk away.
Could have been another moment for more Caitlyn outplay, but that's exactly what you needed, Stirling.
I mean, this is exactly what we see from Stirling. You know, the playing is Lux, Caitlyn bonus, them getting really aggressive, get in your face, poke you down, and while it was really, really close there, Stirling come out on top with a double kill, and Caitlyn's going to return to lane with a BF sword.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, those catches are going to hurt even more. Any of those Lux bindings land, the trap's going to come down, and that might just be curtains for anyone getting caught right here. So Stirling maybe are going to get a little galvanized by this, as Poppy's actually threatening onto Tumai set as well. Both of them holding the flashes. The bucklers there, dashes in, gets the summoner, and takes control. Is going to be able to crash this wave, force the TP out of that set.
Yeah, I mean... didn't expect Poppy to win this matchup, to be honest, but she sidesteps the W from set, which is vital. If she doesn't do that, it's a pretty hard losing trade for her, but she manages to sidestep it. You see maybe a player on the bot side. They don't vision and miss the check here. They're slow into Lux.
Get the root too. They knew it was coming. They saw him on vision, but they don't actually manage to play it right. They open the door for Xin to come in bot lane, and he just walks right through.
Yeah, Stirling may be feeling a bit too confident after that 2v2 bot lane, and when he on it, the Mr. Cheddar ganking the lane and Red picking up a kill, make it a little bit easier. See, what's
up? Fiesman though, juking him back and forth over the wall, gets the flash out of the Nocturne. Shaky Jakey still with all the summoners, as Fiesman did lose his flash as well, so a much different story in the mid lane so far too. It is pre-6, but still a better story for the Aurora.
This is what you want to see from the Aurora in the early lane. Is you want to see a bullying the helping the Caliph getting some XP and some minions, but I think the matchup really starts when a Kali gets her ulti, and it's really dangerous for Aurora here.
Aurora doesn't have it yet. Oh, but the damage is massive.
Aurora has no mana though. We'll see where the no jungles nearby to bail anyone out.
It's tense, man. This game feels very close. We saw how explosive it can be in game number 2, but all the lanes are on a bit of a knife edge right now. Tumai managed to survive that in top lane, is opening up another massive CS lead, reminiscent of game number 2. Bot lane, they got the double kill. They're probably still ahead of goal because of the first blood, but red pin is certainly stabilizing, and mid lane almost broke open as well before the level 6.
Yeah, still a little bit of trading going on in the top lane. Not too much. Mr. Chair looks the gang again.
Who knows where his bread is buttered, coming right down to that bot side, and the Lux still with no flash, gets the double root, but red pin's there, melee range arrow to seal the deal. It's started to turn on its head now. The bot lane from Stirling, they keep trying to use the Caitlyn to their advantage, but they just got no jungle pressure, and Cheddar is happy to camp up down there.
I mean, it's the same thing again. They got Vision and a Pixel Bush, but they're just not respecting the Zinzao, you know? They're pushing up too far. They're not respecting the fact that Zinzao could be bought. And then it's the Lux dying over and over again. D10's maybe looking for points of Nocturne mid.
There's a 2v3 here. More ults come out, but the Nocturne doesn't have the paranoia. Shadow trying to get in range, fights, maybe with good damage, but the Xin Zhao dropping very low. Has to respect this Aurora burst. The Weisman ult will be lost. No kills to survive. Sterling successfully manages the 2v3, and Jakey catches Vitan, forgetting who he's dealing with right there. Sure, it can match from Weisman. Does he want to go for this one? They don't have the ultimates. Would probably be a risky move.
Vitan not respecting that electrocute Aurora damage. As we see, a bot lane play maybe happening.
Hello?
We're trading onto the Caitlyn.
Get the root, they're gonna get that combo, but he's taking a tower shot. Does he have the damage? Flash pass! This time it's Redpin flashing over the skill shot, pops the barrier, and outplays the 1v2.
That was very close. It was insanely well played by Redpin there, kind of waiting it out, you know, hitting the Caitlyn before they take aggro. But I think once that damage comes to the Caitlyn, you need to call off the dive. That's risky, and it was really well played by Redpin with a nice to levels as well to keep you safe. But
Tan trying to redeem himself in bot lane, gets the flash this time and forces the Aurora back. Nocturne does have level 6 and is waiting in the wings. If they get too excited, they're gonna get a Nocturne flying down their throats here. This game is so close. They're leaving it all on the Rift in these fights. We're seeing the full extent of how evenly matched these teams are in the individual lane mechanics. No one has managed to find a significant lead just yet.
Yeah, we see Wooden Spoon taking away the Drake here. He's a little bit low and he's taking a reset. Doesn't have the TP. He's going to be able to push the wave in and get a nice reset off. While Wooden Spoon picks up the Drake for Stirling.
Finally, Stirling managing to get some early dragon control. And something out of that Caitlyn-Lux combination avoids the soul woes of previous games in this series to lock up a mountain for themselves. Cloud the next to follow. So far, it is just so much more even. And just in like the last 30 seconds, it feels like Stirling have acquired a 900 gold lead out of nowhere after being early a second ago as the ult dropped, and now in comes the Nocturne. Weisman tries to dip and dive his way out, doesn't have the flash, and is able to escape with the perfect execution to safety. But even more threat piled onto the Edinburgh mid laner. Perhaps the biggest change throughout this series. Weisman has been consistently ahead every game, but not so today in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, this Aurora is showing up, and it's what we wanted to see from the mid laner from Stirling, because it's one of the strongest players, but also Edinburgh's strongest player is that mid lane, so it's been a bit of a rough matchup for Shaky Jake, and we've seen him show up in this game a bit more, a bit more in the early game, kind of being able to poke out that Kali and stop her from being able to do too much. But see a little bit of poking onto the Lugs in the bot lane. Mr. Cherry might be looking for a dive. But no ulti on the Varus.
Yeah, it doesn't have that tool to lock him down under there, and Wash doesn't have the shield right now, just used it, doesn't have an ult either. Mr. Cheddar could catch him with a stray W, flash away from the Caitlyn.
Nice
the arrow doesn't quite finish the job on the Lux. And the Caitlyn ult trying to force them back. Cheddar flashes in straight onto the trap. Trades his life for sure. But it's a 1v2 he's happy to take with a nice wave to crash in after.
Yeah, I mean, that was... I thought that was a bit troll by Cheddar, but they managed to get the kill off on Caitlyn, which makes it well worth it, by the way, because they get the wave crash, they get the plates from it, and it's absolutely awful from Caitlyn. I see Caitlyn's bought 2 pickaxes here. Am I seeing that right? And left base with it?
Yep, seems like not willing to wait for the extra 300 gold there, and wants to get more AD right the heck now, which I'm not sure about the choice there. Delaying the IE does seem like a risk.
Yeah, I would have rather have seen her maybe just pick up the full boots or something, or the Berserker Graves, but she's come back to lane with 2 pickaxes, hoping to do a bit of damage. You see Red Pin coming out with the Ghost Blade and the Serrated Dirk. He's going to do a lot. We've already seen him do a lot of damage to the Poke, and it's going to be even more now. Looking very scary. Aurora finished up in the Ludens.
Yeah, I have to say, if Mr. Cheddar's been learning jungle this season as an AD carry main, that is a play that no AD carry main would make. I'm just going to flash under turret and die just to get my AD carry fed as the ult tags the Lux once again. It's big damage fired back, but Caitlyn, does she have enough to fire back? The barrier just keeps Red Pin breathing. That's not calculatable. That's just good luck right there. In comes the Nocturne. They might be able to find one. The fear is there, but the heal is ready. And now Wooden Spoon, perhaps on the wrong side of town here. Fizeman rotating in before Shaky Jakey with the threat onto Vatan. The smite is down. Red Pin's still low, but Fizeman executes the Nocturne as Shaky Jakey headed off by Mr. Cheddar on the Zin.
Yeah, super close. Both Vatan and Red Pin living super low, and then Fizeman comes in to try and take out the Nocturne, but a nice flash forward unexpectedly takes Vatan out and makes it a 1-for-1.
So incredibly close this game. We're back to dead even gold. Caitlyn does get to go back and complete that Infinity Edge without too much trouble. So still, you know, somewhat on curve here. Is heading towards that Caitlyn 1-item trough, but hasn't fallen super far behind, at least. We can say this as Fizeman under threat in the mid lane. Vatan once again, though, where he needs to be to offer a timely shield to help that trade work out.
Yeah, I mean... This matchup is as Lux has a bind, nothing much is going to come of it. Mr. Cheddar's looking for another gank bot. This Lux might be just caught her again. Looks like they're willing to fight the 2v3 here.
Needs to stay alive. Doesn't have the summoners. That binding doesn't land. Flashes instead, but I feel like there's no way out, my friend. Red Pin picks up another one. So much value has been hoovered up by this Varus just off the Stirling bot lane being overextended.
Once again, they're overextending. They've done this 3 or 4 times now, and even when they've had a vision of the enemy jungler, they're just not respecting it, thinking they can maybe fight it, maybe turn it a little bit, but respecting it as Lux gets gank over and over again.
Fizeman looking to get aggressive with the Shaky Jakey. Doesn't land that 5-point strike, but look around the corner. It's Karma once again, always ready to roam and solve this mid lane matchup again. Takes the flash. This Karma is really doing a lot of work to hold this mid lane in check. Caitlyn will secure that first turret blood, gets another bit of extra gold injection for themselves as Fizeman threatening onto Wooden Spoon comes through. Has to force the Nocturne to dive in to make the Hail Mary, but there's just no way out as Shaky Jakey now steps too far forward, doesn't respect the Akali coming through on the wave, picks up another, and Edinburgh catch Stirling sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, Stirling just completely caught off guard there, and Lux tries to steal the Drake, doesn't quite get it. But Caitlyn manages to get the tier 1 bot tower, which I believe is first Tower of Blood. It's a nice bit of gold influx for them. And as we see top lane, you got Poppy invading the enemy Crux while there's nothing else to do.
I feel like all I've been seeing on my screen, Crawford, of the last few minutes is Edinburgh getting kills, but they're still... I don't know, even in gold. We're still not actually really gained a lead by doing this. So Stirling, at the very least, even though their early game is still suffering, this is still very far from clean. They've managed to get enough purchase, it seems, to be... They're always fighting back with the plates, with the turrets. They're managing to always get something gold efficient on the map. So even though they're losing out on kills, they're not actually falling that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, we see with the bot lane matchup here, Red Pin's by 2 kills, and still he's down by nearly 600 gold. Like, he's Stirling they've just been waiting on the tower. They took all 5 plays and first tower blood. They've got some of the gold on them, and there's something to be scared of still.
Yeah, for sure. So Stirling gonna head into this mid game with a platform to build from in a decent mid game position with the Aurora, with the Caitlyn, the Nocturne as well, getting those items completed. We haven't seen the top laners exit onto the map at all so far. No. We'll see what they have to offer if they want to try and make an impact. The set trying to make a play into Lux, Caitlyn, Aurora doesn't sound very fun, but you know, that's up for Tumai, I suppose.
No. Yeah, I mean, I thought the matchup would need to be a bit more winning for Set in the early game, to be honest, but Poppy's kind of held her on ground, played it nice and safe, which is all she needs to do. You know, she doesn't need to win this matchup to be useful. All she needs to do is just survive lane and be able to live long enough need to live long enough in teamfights to be able to press W on Akali and shut her down before she gets the chance to take out your Aurora and your Caitlyn, who do have a lot of gold on them still.
Yeah, they've got damage to offer if they're only allowed to use it. They're heading... Oh my god, the Lux is really suffering right now. That is danger zone as Tumai might be able to find a way in here. The Herald has kept Stirling in this river, and they're trying to peel off late right now. In goes Poppy with the stun. The dive in from Nocturne. The Lux doesn't hit much. Massive knock-ups though from the front line. There's the shutdown to open up. Red Pin has been eliminated. Can the Caitlyn get the damage down? Tumai flashes over the wall. Fizeman finds a kill on the other side of the map. Stirling really wants to get more here, but Wash had no business being there as Poppy is forced to make this one even. Stirling, the fight looked so good, but again, they couldn't quite get onto the key targets. Now Caitlyn flashing in, looks for the net, can't find it as Karma uses a flash of her own and turns attention to the mid lane instead with the 6 grub stacking up. The health so low, steps up for the Q. Karma looking for a Mantrid Soulflare to try and get that kill, won't find it. As Caitlyn secured it, again nets in, looks for another Q, the TP now behind, they're really to go down, and X-Minadal finds it, but not without being traded.
I mean, that team fight there before, like, it went on for ages, but we saw at the start, it's like, Poppy did exactly what she needs to do. She doesn't need to win lane, she doesn't need a lot of goals, she needs to sit there and disrupt the enemy team before they're able to get onto Aurora and Caitlyn. As we see Mr. Chow look for a fight here. Shaky Jaking with the possession here, Tumai.
Tumai's gone sectioned away, if he can get to the blast cone, but no such luck. The Haymaker lands true. And Redpin now pops the Yomus once more. The 4 versus 2, massive number advantage. Lux surely caught out again. It's not a particularly gold, you know, heavy kill to find here, but certainly takes her off the map for another few minutes. Poppy's already pushing on the bot side. The UOE keeping the kills flowing, 16-8 right now, but still marginally down in gold.
I mean, it's like while Edinburgh are making plays and they're making winning plays, it's like they're just not making enough on the sideline. You got Poppy pushing all the time. You've always got Caitlyn, the like head towers over and over again. But as you see, a little scrap here between the support of Edinburgh and Win Spoon. He's getting low.
Shield to offer. Nope. Just 4, 4, and 7 on this Karma right now is kind of crazy. Vitan is doing a lot of cleanup work across the map.
He is indeed, and this Karma is going to be quite sore in the late game. She's able to get a wee RQ onto the roaring Caitlyn. That's going to do a lot of damage to them. And while this Lux like should be on the same level, she's just so far behind. You know, she keeps getting caught over and over again, and not finding too much use outside of the lane.
Yeah, it's not seeing too much right now. The binding will always be strong, but we're not going to have that execute potential, the real threatening damage from the ult. I think the Lux is so far behind. Does have the Ludens, but very far behind the curve in this game. So we'll see what Wash can do with the shields, with the bindings to try and get the best value out of here. Herald into this mid lane. Doesn't make it onto the tower. It's dropping pretty low, and they managed to change the target there. Looks like it won't get the charge off. There it is. Sterling managed to clean that one up, but the Dragon is live. A third Infernal Rift in a row, everybody, in this series. But UOE, not the controllers of all the dragons so far. They're one apiece right now. Weisman TPing into the side, just coalescing with the team, but big damage being fired back. This Karma, no slouch in the damage variety, as Stirling need to find a way in to help out this Poppy, but Weisman, there's no Poppy to stop the Akali, just running rampant over the backline, unstoppable with the kill onto Shaky Jakey as Poppy is doing her damnedest, but can't do it all on her own. The dragon will fall, and Stirling split across the frontier they did not want to split on, and Edinburgh finally takes control.
That's the one thing Stirling does not want to be doing this game. They don't want to Poppy off by herself. Situation. They just, you know, they can't be split up. They stay there on top of the Caitlyn, on top of the Lux to make sure that Kali doesn't get anything.
That is brutal for Stirling. They managed so many parts of this game so well so far. We had so much praise for Horus's piloting of the Poppy in that matchup, managing the set so well, and now we've gotten to the part of the game where, as you say, he's got one job, just press W on the Akali, but was the only person in the pit. Everyone else was too afraid to step up, and that was devastating for Stirling right now. Finally, they have fallen behind in gold, and they've lost control of the Dragon lead as well. The game is far from over, but that is certainly not a turn for the good for them.
Yeah, I mean, as Edinburgh just has taken a gold lead now, got a 3,000 gold lead, mostly due to Weisman, who was struggling a little bit earlier, kind of getting pushed down lane a little bit by the. I mean, Weisman's definitely picked up the pace, on 5 kills, 2 full items now, 10 stacks on the Docks seal. He's definitely, and he's making work on the enemy team in the team fights. But yeah, we'll see how much possible that is when Poppy is playing the game as she's supposed to.
Yeah, let's see the Magi's Weisman. Game 3 to try and secure the 3-0 on the Akali. 5-0-1-1. Let's see the Magi's put your stamp on this series. I double dare you. But now Stirling does have a way to play right here. They still got to clear up this vision. They're giving a decent amount of respect to UOE, but Vitan is getting so much damage down still on this Karma. We're not at the point where the Karma damage has fallen off yet, and Caitlyn and Lux are having to contest this Karma and going even in the damage trade, which is not what you want to see.
And just this virus and the Karma are just so skits. You're just gonna get poked down, and once you're low enough, Akali's just gonna jump in and she's gonna one-shot everyone. Especially when the Poppy is scary for showing it in them pretty much.
Yeah, it feels like they just have to hold towers at the threat of wherever Weisman is, that kill threat comes with him. They've got over 2 minutes to wait until another dragon fight can pull them away from the towers. The Baron is now live, but Edinburgh's unlikely to step forward to it. I don't think they really need to. It must be said, they're not really making significant progress on this mid lane turret or in the side lanes. It's just kind of stalled out for here. But as you said, the Varus is happy to get more items going. The scaling can come through right there as Shaky Jakey, just as I say, steps away from the safety of the turret and is instantly decapitated by Akali.
Like I said, Weisman is showing that he the better mid laner levels up, and on the side, an absolute menace in the side lane, and it's looking scary for Stirling. The game's looking a bit hard now. They're a little bit map tempo, the control of the map. You know, it's hard to gain ground against the Varus and the Karma, who's just able to do so much damage from afar and take so much map control. As Edinburgh take the tier 1 mid lane here, maybe looking for a wee Baron setup or.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing the result of the problem that you worried about, which is the Nocturne just doesn't really fit with this composition, and there's never really a good time for Nocturne to go in because he knows no one's coming with him. Like, there's no way for them to come with him. They have to be on constant Weisman duty. So Nocturne's going on his own, and he's 1-4-1. He's not far enough ahead to really make that one work on his own. He's just going to go down. The Karma shields are there. The Varus has the ultimate. It's just not really playable for Wooden Spoon right now. All he really is a paranoia bot and a smite. you know, just running around turning the lights off every now and again, which is tough to play out. He's farming decently well, but there's not really a good way for him to use any gold that he has.
Yeah, and see Poppy a little bit out of position here maybe, but the root doesn't come through from the karma. She gets to walk away. We see Fiesman on the sideline here, taking out the Aurora, and
Shaky Jakey just cannot leave the vision of a tower at this point. Every time he does, Fiesman is ready and waiting around the corner to ambush him, and it's just cleaning him up off the map over and over and over again. If the Medjais had been on deck, he'd probably be fully stacked almost just by taking out Shaky Jakey over and over. And now the Dragon has started again. UOE a little slower than in the previous 2 games, but they once again are going to secure full Dragon control with an Infernal Soul point to play with. Stirling have seen this twice before today, and it rarely has gone well for them.
Yeah, I mean, Edinburgh on Soul Point now, it's looking scary. While the gold difference hasn't really changed that much, it's been a kind of solid 3k gold difference for quite a while, but the amount of pressure that Edinburgh able to get, the amount of map control they're able to get is way more than that 3k gold lead that they have.
Yeah, having that extra soul pressure once again, and Shaky Jakey's left the tower once again. And Vita flashing in even to maybe just speed up the process of what is another guaranteed kill and the legendary status for Fiesman. It seems like Jakey is just crumbling at this point, really desperately wants to find some gold to catch up, to feel useful again on the map. But he's punished every single time. There's just nowhere safe to go, and Fiesman doesn't even need
just having fun now.
Just a one-button rotation here.
Up nearly 3,000 gold by himself. He's absolute menace right now. As we see a bit of a bot fight going on here.
Okay,
oh my god,
hold the phone. Hold up, everybody.
Wooden Spoon takes out Fiesman as well. Loses 5 stacks of Dark Seal and a massive shutdown.
Yeah, Explanadal doesn't get a great
TP
Caitlyn net, but enough damage to fight back on Vatan, who gets popped off the Caitlyn. Edinburgh suddenly, with a moment of madness, drop both of their solo laners and the support. The Baron is live. Stirling, I think it's time for the Hail Mary. You got to get that locked down.
They've just got to take this Baron here. If not a chance for it, they really need this to slow down the game and maybe try and wait for the...
Oh, the Varus arrows surely coming for this Caitlyn. You can't even stand there to DPS it. Someone's going to help finish this buff off. Good job by Poppy, though. Keeps them stepped away. Shaky Jakey as well. Doing good work to keep them out of the pit. The TP coming in. Fiesman looking for a possible penta, to be honest, but the trap is there. Tumai doesn't get rooted up. Poppy running a bit of interference, but they're going to try and get behind them. Caitlyn finds one, but doesn't get enough damage for Red Pin. At least the Nocturne will manage to lock one back up, but someone needs to get away with a buff. Fiesman with a stasis to keep himself alive. As Wash escapes into the night, there will be one Baron buff surviving. The Nocturne surely will be chased down before too long, as Vatan will manage to find this route right here. There's another Q and a Baron buff taken away. So Stirling, they lose so much. They remove the Baron from the equation. But what a crazy series of plays, and the gold lead is right back close.
I mean, Stirling take the Baron, but at what cost? You know, you've only got the Baron in your Lux now, who over and over get caught, and she's not really much use with it. And for your members die in your team, and the gold difference is even down more or less for Stirling, which is good for them. But the amount of control they lose from losing the Baron on their members it's not good, and they're stuck in this position again where they're just kind of more or less stuck under towers, and they can't really move anywhere on the map. They don't have any freedom to place wards, get some jungle camps. And with the Drake coming up in a minute 30, I think we might be coming in for one of the last fights of the game, maybe.
Yeah, they can get this 4th item on Caitlyn. They can get the Yuntal or whatever that is, rapid fire cannon, I think, maybe locked up for this Caitlyn. Then Exponadal is doing huge damage. Anyone who gets caught by this Caitlyn combo gets absolutely shredded. There's barely a stitch of armor on the other side of the field. Even Set only has the tabbies. The Caitlyn is going to damage anyone who steps in range. They just have to keep him safe from Feisman, from Cheddar, from the red pin long range arrows. If they can give Caitlyn room to open up on this AD carry, there's a chance for Stirling to win the fights. But it's all down to Poppy, it's down to Feisman, it's down to these elements that are going to be threatening or protecting the Caitlyn at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the fights, if Poppy manages to disrupt this Akali, stop her from being able to ulti onto the backline, if she's able to catch her in a W, hit her with an ulti, hit her with an E onto a wall, and one shot the Akali, then maybe Stirling have a fighting chance in these team fights. But even then, if they manage to kill that Akali, Red Pin is still an absolute menace. He has the poke and his ultimate just makes him so strong and hard to deal with.
The Dragon fights have been such a success story for Edinburgh today. They've always been so much better at executing in the 5v5. Stirling have found miracle steals. They've managed to find decent situations in the lanes, picks here and there, but getting a solid 5v5 has more or less eluded them so far, as Caitlyn wants to put a trap line down but cannot complete it, and the rest of you are going to get in there, but the Dragon is too far gone. Blue team's already secured it. There's not going to be a soul here today, but Tumai with huge damage on the backline. The rest of Edinburgh, though, unable to find their way in, and Stirling, they actually get in, they get out, and it was pretty clean on the way.
I could play from Stirling. Edinburgh looking to maybe react by taking the mid-tier 2 here, but after all, I mean, if you're Stirling, you're taking that. I mean, you deny them the soul, you get a kill, and you get out scot-free.
Absolutely, they're going to be very, very happy with that. Delaying that soul once again gives Caitlyn a chance to stretch for that last item. Perhaps a chance for Shaky Jakey to get 3. The Aurora damage is already. It's serviceable on the front line, that's for sure. I said there's no armor. There's not much MR either. There's just not really any resistances to speak of from UOE. It's a couple of bruisers and a whole lot of damage. And the damage is going to start falling off from the Karma, at least. Vitan's not going to be able to manage that front line by himself. He's going to need red pin arrows. He's going to need Feisman to threaten on the back line. And Stirling's Caitlyn combination is going to be a little bit more deadly, as they've managed to get that the Scuttler on that top side as well. A while before the Baron, but Stirling with some stability to play with here.
Yeah, we've had it after Tumai's crazy performance last game. He's been a bit lackluster this game. We haven't really seen him be useful or do too much. You know, in that Dragon fight there, it was just kind of sat there and just been a bit of a meat shield. But his team weren't pushing up with him. They weren't able to get into position to use the fact that he's pushing the rest of the team away. He's not really given much value on this set. So.
Yeah, I mean, I feel this feels like just giga impossible to play into Caitlyn Aurora Lux. He needed to smash the top lane, right? And that's like, it was the R5 pick into the Poppy, was chosen to win it. And yes, he got like 20 CS, he was like 40 CS to 20 in the early laning phase, but it just gradually crawled back for Horus, who ended up ahead in gold and is now actually managing to get the value out of Poppy, managing to protect the all-important carries and not getting caught on the wrong side of the fight. So Stirling, they understand the win condition. It's all about sticking to their guns. Don't forget it in a moment of madness, in a moment of clutch, in a key team fight. Don't forget what your mission is. And they have all the pieces ready to get this win, keep this series going, and avoid the 3-0 for Edinburgh.
Yeah, really. Dead even. And it's anyone's game still.
That's
got
crazy.
The Baron coming up in 10 seconds, and Edinburgh are the first to Baron while the junglers just reset.
How does this even make
Edinburgh
sense?
have full
Top's
control
even
there,
in
don't they?
CS, bots even. Mid is very down, and jungle is slightly up, and they're way down in kills. They're almost even in towers.
4,000 gold lead for Feisman, may I add.
Oh my goodness. And they're just even in gold. It's kind of crazy, to be honest, how Stirling is actually this close in gold when the numbers tell a different story. But that's why you've always got to press X, everybody. You always got to toggle that gold graph to check and see what's actually going on under there.
Yes, an interesting one. It feels like it's anyone's game still. It feels like there's no obvious clear of a scrap in bot lane.
Ooh, Shaky Jakey. It's not Fiesman this time, but it's still not looking great. Probably going to try and call this one off and run to safety, but Mr. Cheddar's coming around to slam the door on it. And the Aurora, again, getting caught out. The flashes are traded. Can't get to the blast cone. And that's not what Stirling needed. The Baron is now alive. They're trying to make a clutch play on the other side. Redfin, he is going to get feared. The Lux laser is there. They have the damage. Yes, they do. Finally, the Nocturne manages to get some value off as the Caitlyn steps up, looking to find someone to attack. Matan isn't going to get feared. Looks for a counter route. The TP coming in from Tumai and Fiesman on the flank. Poppy holds the W, drops the ultimate, gets 2 away, tries to protect the Caitlyn, dashes past, but Fiesman dodges it. The Caitlyn is trying to get the damage down, but it's not possible. Fiesman outmaneuvers, outplays the Stirling backline and their front line until Poppy catches her in the jungle. At least it's a trade, but with Caitlyn down, Edinburgh turn towards the Dragon, I fear.
I mean, it was a really, especially Poppy going to Mr. Cheddar again, just going to back off, trying to waste some time. But I mean, in that fight, that was a really good fight from Stirling at the start, and they managed to catch out Redpin and a nice flash over the wall from Wooden Spoon to keep the Tether alive. And you see Poppy going in the Karma by herself, doing quite a lot of damage.
Significant, goes and kills one. This could be big, actually. Shaky Jakey, though, still gets clipped by the Haymaker. Needs to try and stay alive. The double melee is being held at arm's length by the Poppy, but he doesn't feel confident to get in range. Horus is managing this 1v2 beautifully, but in comes Redpin to turn the tides again. It takes so long to get the Poppy down, but the Aurora is just too afraid to get stuck in. The Varus ult doesn't connect. An arrow pushes Aurora back. It's gonna have to be another recall, but now Lux is here. Tumai so low. The Haymaker shield keeps him alive. Nocturne looking to sew this one up and cleans up the final kill. Somehow, after all that, Stirling are in control of the pit.
TP flank from Fiesman.
Looking for more.
Has the ultimate.
Caitlyn doesn't. There's no Poppy, not even close. The Dragon is done. Oh no, Caitlyn! He's over the wall. It's the waiting arms of Fiesman. Drops the traps, has to try and wait for them, but can't get it done. At least Stirling, if they can kill the Sakali, they'll have a bit of safety, and Shaky Jakey manages to do so. This is now a good situation for them. They'll find another. What seemed like catastrophe for the Caitlyn still turns out good for Stirling, and we are going to a 7 Drake game.
Oh my goodness, Trajan, can you believe what we are seeing? This Nocturne pick that we weren't very sure about, we were a bit confused by it, as he goes in again on the Karma and flash over the wall.
Just ripping it again.
As I was saying, this Nocturne pick that we weren't very sure on, and it seems to be working for Stirling. It works with the style of just bringing Edinburgh down to play a messy game, and it's working for them in this game right now to keep them in contention for the finals.
Stirling they've managed once again to drag Edinburgh down into the mud. It's not the clean team fights and the side lane picks anymore. It's craziness in every lane. The team fights are getting messy. Snap engages are called left, right, and center. We've just started Baron, and Caitlyn's not even there, but Karma can no longer stand up to the Aurora. Fiesman's off the fountain, but has no TP. The Dragon, the Baron, I should say, is going down pretty slowly. The lovely Poppy ultimate removes the threat of the set, and Varus can only do so much on his own. Steps by forward, but Caitlyn has him caught around the corner. There's the kill, and the Baron, and Stirling now in full control. Fiesman, does he want to go for this one? Does he want to try and claw this one back? I think he's going to have to pump the brakes. Stirling with a clean team fight win, finally after so many minutes.
I mean, Stirling are just absolutely playing to the limits. Fiesman, he's back in.
Relax, Fiesman, please.
Oh, that was a bit scary. I have noticed Fiesman has sold the Dark Seal. Maybe a little bit nervous now in this game. Not feeling as confident as he was earlier, as Nocturne's looking for a pick onto the set.
Goes for it. Tumai's on his own. There's decent damage back. Got to watch out for that Haymaker.
Available.
Oh,
nice W, and he's taken out.
Shields it perfectly. Love that from Stirling. Again, another pick onto Tumai, who continues his struggles in this game. Now, we've got Caitlyn, we've got Baron, and we've got towers to take on the map, Stirling. Let's see what we can get with one. You need to make good use of this buff. If you leave that door open, Edinburgh are ready to strike back, but they've got the tools now to finally take an aggressive stance in this game.
Yeah, Stirling have really good decision tools here, and they just one-shot the tower completely. Vitan's on the side here. Maybe they're looking for a little bit of poke and maybe having a bit of extended play. Fiesman on the bot side getting matched by Wooden Spoon, not TP and Fiesman.
He's just kind of
The
diving,
ultimate
and
comes
Shaky
out from
Jakey
Red
takes a
Pin.
fat chunk from Red Pin. This is pretty tough. The paranoia's been called. I don't know if it's the help bot lane. Wooden Spoon just destroyed
He's taken out-
Fiesman in the
He
one versus one in bot
Fiesman.
lane. What is happening?
How
The
is that
TP
happening?
now into
The
top
TP
side.
coming in from Shaky Jakey.
This is what is this? This is bonkers right now.
What's
Shaky
going
Jakey
on?
almost died. TP's back in. Kills Karma. Has been pretty much single-handedly taking all the team's revenge on Karma this game. As after all of that messiness, once again, Stirling remaining in control.
Whoa.
Shaky Jakey flashes in, rises to the bottom. Tumai with a wonderful ultimate pull back, and now Caitlyn left in the lurch. Sterling overplay their hand. It's an inhib, but it's not the win.
Stirling overreaching again. After such a good play, they could have taken the inhib, they could have just backed off, allowed the jungler a Wooden Spoon to get the tier 2 bot, but instead they overstay and they get punished for it. 3 of the members die, and well, they don't lose too much for it. It's still a little bit less gold on the side of Edinburgh they wouldn't rather have, but speaking of gold, it's now a 5k gold lead to Stirling. I don't know how they've managed to pull this back, but
Managed to get over that hump. A couple of key team fight wins, and a little bit again of a little bit of sloppiness from Edinburgh, allowing themselves to be drawn into the crazy cross-map plays, not sticking to their guns. Fiesman not able to do it all himself so far, it looks. He's almost full build, still 13-4, still a menace on this Akali. But if Wooden Spoon's able to take him down as a 6-6 Nocturne with 4 items, then something is clearly going wrong here.
I've just seen Poppy as Titanic Hydra. I don't think I've seen that before in Poppy in my life. It's a
Okay.
very interesting build, but
not
maybe
necessary,
caught
I
out
think, but-
here.
Oh,
A
that's
nice
the
ultimate to knock everyone away.
Definitely
Might be
needs
able
it,
to
but maybe
push
could have
the
done with a bit
left.
more resistances, loses the flash.
Flash away.
And now has to step back, does have the TP in fact, but
Does
the
have a
Kraken.
TP for Drake. Top lane
up in-
pushing in. Tumai has to match it.
Fiesman,
Does have
we
the
saw
TP
him
up though.
on the Vex doing something similar in the last game, but he doesn't
Oh,
have
no.
nearly as much control to play with. He's going to go over it. He's going to go straight
They don't have
into
the
the
Poppy.
Lion's Den to try and get the kill onto Caitlyn. They managed to come through. The TP's now come in.
Lux!
Lux catches him. Exponadal looking for the Karma instead, but Tumai is zoning away the
They're
Caitlyn. The
taken
front
into
line of Stirling
stasis.
are doing a dang good job themselves, though, as they've already taken down the jungler. This should be a clean, secure, no Senna steal this time. It's Infernal Soul for Stirling.
Well, Lux has been caught out over and over this game. She makes her one play when it mattered, hits the binding onto the Akali, stopping her from getting over that wall and potentially killing the entire team. And they get the Infernal Soul. This is looking dangerous for Edinburgh.
This should be a Stirling win at this point. They've got the 6 grubs with the Caitlyn coming through. Baron, 90 seconds on the time with 2 inhibs down. There's still a bit of damage there. Fiesman flashing in. Bit of desperation creeping into Edinburgh right here as Tumai desperately tries to get something done. Slips away on a sliver, but Nocturne's going in again. And a killing spree for Wooden Spoon. He's 1v4 and he secured the double. Almost found 3, but that has kicked the door wide open again for Stirling. With Akali and set off the table, they can do what they like. 1 inhib left, a couple of towers and a nexus. Stirling are on the brink of beginning this comeback. Stun onto the Xin Zhao. A little bit of damage comes through. The Caitlyn still untouched. The Infernal Soul doing massive work as the front line is gone. Karma again equaling the death of Lux now at the close of this game, as Caitlyn secures the final kill, and Stirling will not be 3-0 today as they crush that comeback and they win game 4.
Oh my goodness. That kind of game we want, Trajan. That's the kind of game we want right now. We don't want a game like game 2 as a stomp. We want a game that's competitive. We want a game where Stirling is showing what they are capable of and bouncing back in game 3 and taking the win over Edinburgh.
That is what we wanted. We didn't want a quiet 3-0 finals, and we have not received it. Game number 3 secured by Stirling, managing to come out of the early game even, always picking up so much gold on the map, so much that I don't even know where it was coming from at the end, because they seem to be down in every metric, but they managed to keep themselves even, and Caitlyn for Exponadal was so massive.
Yeah.
That's an AD carry performance if I've ever seen one. Huge step up from him, and we finally start to see a bit of faltering from Tumai in the top lane from the entire game. And then Feisman, who looked like he was ready to carry another one in a row, but ultimately couldn't quite get it over the line.
I mean, the like mid game, they were falling apart. The Lux getting caught over and over. The Aurora getting caught over and over. Feisman getting an absolute, having an absolute with the Stirling Raw, but managed to bring an insane performance from Caitlyn, which is what we want to see. We don't want to see this aggressive Stirling team. We don't want to see them and on Jinx. We want to see them on a capable. We want to see them play aggressive and play their game, because that's what happened this game, and that's how they won. Is they played their game and they played their rules. And that's probably
absolutely. Stirling heading to 1 and 2 right now. We're going to go to another quick break, everybody. Step back and join us in just a few minutes where we'll go to game number 4 and see if Stirling can keep this comeback rolling, or if Edinburgh will get their feet back under them and slam the door once again. We'll see you back in a few.
소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 I don't know 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 나를 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 너랑 있는 게 난 좋아 널 참는데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보고
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he sent for me. I keep the blood of the lemons, my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Ayy, I got the drive to bust the truck. The gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's faith that's in the reps. Ain't no regrets. I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front. Glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like the flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Savage little baby and Fenty, baddest little bitty of the century. Internet blow up, superstar I don't touch. Showing off close in a frenzy, she leaving an imprint in your memory. Energy, focus, superstar glow up. Superstar glow up, fit drip so sick, man I'm all throw up. Take it in, don't rush, need 10 hours sleep, yeah just woke up. Blessings on messenger, keep coming on at me high speed. Check out the deposit them in like it's Nike. Hottest headline or the festival, 100 racks for a piece of my schedule. They all thought I was delusional, but I'm a manifesto of miracles. Best dress, I'm on the list on the internet, upload a clip and hit me a lick. Oh my god, I'm so rich, couple milli just off of the clicks. Savage little baby and Fenty, baddest little bitty of the century. Internet blow up, superstar don't touch. Showing off close in a frenzy, she leaving an imprint in your memory. Energy, focus, superstar glow up.
And we are back here for game number 4. I'll be honest, I didn't think we would be in this position after game number 2. I thought Edinburgh were looking too dang clean. They were looking too good. They were just going to wrap it up and walk away with 3-0. But Stirling and Exponadal had things to say about that. They fought back in game number 3, completed that comeback, and now they have a chance to rewrite the story of this series coming into game number 4. So, we learned Exponadal can carry a game if he's in the right position. Tumai is not the almighty god king of top lane and can be stopped. And even Feisman, when in a position of that level of advantage, won't necessarily always carry the game. The cracks once again appearing in Edinburgh when they are tested in the messiest of games. But Stirling has to try and keep them dragged down there and stop them getting into a rhythm. Don't let them control the early game, and don't let them play their game, as you said, Crawford. Possible instance of TOing going on right now, but he's back.
Chilling.
We've got him in.
Oopsies.
Okay, right.
Okay.
So read on that game 3, and what are you maybe expecting for game number 4? Because Edinburgh are onto the blue side now. So for Edinburgh, what do you think they should be doing with this blue side, and what are we taking away from Stirling? What are we trying to recreate here for game number 4?
Oh, I think for Stirling, I want to keep to an aggressive bot lane. You know, I want to see the bot lane on something like the Kate again. I want to see an aggressive bot lane. The Lux, it looks a bit shaky. Maybe something just like a maybe support like a Nautilus or Leona can do really well as well, without being as much of a liability as Lux is if you ever fall behind.
Yeah.
For Edinburgh, I don't like the set. I don't want to see it again.
No.
It was a bit useless, you know? It's like, okay, maybe it's good in the isolated 1v1 top, but even then, it's useless in team fights, doesn't do much, and I didn't even win the isolated 1v1, you know? It was doing well early game. It was doing a little bit well, and then Poppy, but slowly but surely started making it back up, and she was ahead in gold and CS for quite a while. But Poppy was just way more useful in the team fights, and after his insane performance from the game before, he just wasn't able to show up in the set. So I'd rather see him go back to something like the Jax that he's comfortable on, or the Cassante, which he's shown time and time again he can play, and he can play into bad matchups as well.
Yeah.
So
That's for sure.
once he's done with that, Fiesman, I just want to see him in one of his mages again, man. Every time he's just popping off. If we are picking Nakali again, spam the Poppy. Just spam the Poppy. It makes it too difficult, you know. It's too hard to play against it.
Yep.
It's not worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, we know that Stirling are aware of how to draft and play around the Akali. You know, Fiesman got a great mid game going on, and a lot of kills from picking off on the side lanes that was very well done by him. When it came to the team fights, the point where you need to lock that Caitlyn down, you need to get that damage on her, wasn't able to get done. The Poppy was too good of an answer. So I agree with that for sure. I think, yeah, we just put Tumai back on comfort. Edinburgh are on the blue side, so they're not going to get an ultimate counter pick. They can't get an R5 for him. And we'll see where they want to, or where Stirling want to use their R5, because I think that them being able to lock that Poppy in just as an answer to the comp that Edinburgh was building, put them in a very good position, and Edinburgh fumbled the opportunity to maybe get a stronger counter there, or something that could actually bully the Poppy out. Perhaps the set was just a little bit half-cooked. So certainly some learnings that are easy to take for Edinburgh. And then in terms of the bot lane, I guess we probably need to ban the Ashe if we're Stirling, because if Edinburgh's first pick and we're trying to control bot lane with an aggressive pairing, then we probably can't give the Ashe over.
Yeah, if we give the Ashe over, it just becomes the thing of like, because Ashe is specifically good at punishing those that overextend, and we've seen time and time again, Stirling, they love to overextend. They stay too long, they try and get more than they can, and they get punished for it every time, and the Ashe is just perfect at doing that. So I really want to see the Ashe taken away in the first rotation of bans. If they do take that away on blue side, if Cassante's up, they just B1 it. They just will. But
yeah,
I think we need to ban that as well, because the Cassante is too stable in lane. It's too hard to deal with outside of lane and in lane. And I think we need to see both the Ashe and the Cassante bans from Stirling in the first rotation.
Yeah, because before, I know they had a LeBlanc ban that's been there the whole time, and I'm trying to remember what their second ban was, because they were doing LeBlanc, Cassante,
Talia,
and Talia, right? So
yeah,
we probably need to give LeBlanc. We probably give LeBlanc, surely. I mean, I don't know if LeBlanc is just particularly bad for Jakey's pool, or if Fiesman is just the absolute goat at LeBlanc. Is possible, but I think that Talia is flexible for both Cheddar and Fiesman, and is so good for controlling the map state, which I think is the way Edinburgh wins these games, is by getting an early lead, by controlling it and just macroing the game out. So yeah, I think we probably give LeBlanc, and we need to get that Ashe banned for sure, because I don't love what that's doing to them. I agree. I think they'll probably just slam the Cassante in. Honestly, I think that if they give the Cassante, it's not the end of the universe. Like, they seemed like they were able to at least stop the Cassante from snowballing. Just kind of just what they did to the set, right? But they weren't able to... The Cassante was able to keep himself alive and be a bit more useful later on, but I don't know. It's a very tough one for Stirling to manage. They've got to try and weigh up these threats very closely, especially on the red side now.
Yeah, I mean, Gnar hasn't been banned for the past 2 games, so if they do B1 the Cassante, maybe there is an angle for the Gnar to be put top lane, which is a nice comfort pick, and it's a good matchup with the Cassante. Hopefully we get something. I don't know. The Nocturne, once again, like, I come back to it, it was such a weird pick and it didn't make sense, but it worked out for them because of the messy game they play. So I think as long as they're playing comfort and they play something that can fight and fight a lot and then fight hard, then they can definitely get an over on Edinburgh in the draft.
Yeah, massive credit to Wooden Spoon for making that Nocturne work, finding ways to get the value out of that champion, despite the struggles that I think there were inherently into playing out that late game. So massive props to Wooden Spoon. Game 1 and Game 3 have been very big for this guy. Game 2, a little on the invisible side, but we'll see what kind of Game 4 is going to have, because certainly able to match up pretty well into Mr. Cheddar as a jungler, able to win some key smite fights, able to potentially get very far ahead if the matchup is right. So that's definitely been a very back and forth matchup, the jungle matchup. It's been hard to call. It's kind of metronome between the two of them. One of them tends to get very far ahead there. So we'll see what their option is going to be for there. If we're B1ing for Edinburgh, let's assume we don't have Cassante or Ashe. Trying to think what the next best thing to do is. It's maybe Skarner? Maybe we just slam a Skarner, but it wasn't that impactful in Game 1, but the champion's very good, so maybe it's just like this is the highest value blind pick we can take kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, depends if Redpin just wants like one of his comforts of either the Varus again, maybe, because I think he looked really good on it. I think it's a very strong champ for him, and it's good, and I think it's a very strong B1 that as we get into draft finally, we see Syndra banned away again. Cassante has been taken away.
Talia retained, which is fine. So now we want to see the Ashe ban. It's LeBlanc still. So UOE, we're expecting to see the Ashe pick, and there it is. The Caitlyn banned away by Edinburgh though in the end. So they let Aurora go through again, but they took the Caitlyn away. So I don't know if Stirling's just going to slam the Aurora, or if they have something better as an Ashe answer, because they're going to need to find one now.
Yeah, I mean, if they have allowed it to be open like this.
It's like they're happy to go back to the Aurora potentially. I mean, I think that has been Shaky Jakey's managed to find value on this pick, and did have a much better laning phase against Fiesman on the Akali, that's for sure. Did start to suffer pretty heavily in the side lane, it must be said, but was still able to do important work in the game in those clutch late team fights regardless. So the Aurora does seem like a pick where even if it doesn't go so smoothly early on, he's still able to be useful. So I'm happy with him taking that away. And maybe if we see the Corki here, this is... I fear it's not an anti-bully champ. It's not gonna. It gets outranged still, but if I feel like they need something that can actually force a 2v2 in the bot lane. Because if you can get Corki's E going, the damage is insane. But if you're just gonna get poked out, seems tough.
I mean, I really want to see the support here on something like a Leona or a Nautilus or something that can engage and be useful. Because if then it's gonna be a really rough time bot lane. This way. 100% is getting flexed mid and support. We'll see where they decide to put it. As the Jarvan is hovering locked in.
Yeah.
Again, free hit for Aurora and Corki.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's not bad into Skarner because I can drag away usually. The second round bans come out, the band caught my way.
So it is more of a kind of a action heavy early jungler, so we need to make sure we do see him on the map. We need to make sure that Wooden Spoon is getting stuck in this game. I think we don't want him to be as quiet as game number 2 on the Wukong. But yeah, the thing for Stirling, the Edinburgh know what they need to avoid right now. Stirling, it seems like the style for washing the bot lane is not very conducive to the hard engages. You know, the most heavily engaged champ that we were given as a pick to watch for him was Pyke. So in terms of like a standard tanky engager, Maokai, Nautilus, Alistair, Leona, it doesn't seem like their wheelhouse, which may lead them to suffer. but at least Stirling have banned away the most devious culprits in the double range matchup with the Karma in the center, so Batan's gonna have to come out with something new.
Yeah, we'll see what Stirling are thinking of for support, because I'd imagine they're giving the top lane the counter pick. Rakan's banned away.
Sure. Yeah, it's pretty tough for Wash, to be honest. And this is a tricky matchup to lock down.
Yeah.
Top lane's going to get the final counter pick, one would assume, to put Horus in the best spot possible, because when they're able to get a decent matchup, even an apparently losing matchup, they were able to do a lot of work. And we know that it's not just Tumai isn't just going to win that lane by default. If they get the right matchup, Stirling can acquire even a small advantage on that top side. As the Janna comes in.
I'm not a fan of this. It doesn't. I don't see how it does well with Corky, to be honest. And while it was maybe good into the Skarner, stops him from engaging a little bit, being able to just like run at the Stirling team. I don't like it within the bot lane setting. I don't think it really provides any value along with the Corky.
Yeah, I think it's entirely just trying to neutralize threat down there, but you're basically given the lane up as lost, I fear, at this point, because you can't contest them in a ranged setting, and you now can't threaten them in an engaged setting, so you're just going to get shoved around, and it's just a matter of how hard. Yeah. So we're not really getting an aggressive bot lane, which is something that you wanted for Stirling here. So Exponadal is not going to be accelerated in this game, almost certainly, unless Jarvan is just down there as much as Mr. Cheddar was down there last game and just repeat ganking that guy, because they probably are going to need some assistance here. And the Corky can be very strong on 1 and 2 items. And the fabled Mundo,
Okay.
wheeled back out. Here it is. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, it's a very safe blind pick sometimes. Yeah. I would have preferred the Ornn.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more that was hovering before, but I guess Mundo is.
Yeah, I don't think Horus can super hard punish it. The Gnar's not great. The Trundle wouldn't be great.
Trundle just slams it out.
But I feel like the Ornn has so much innate value. And I think Tumai is able to manage an Ornn lane pretty decently. So I think, yeah, the Ornn would have been what I preferred. This does give him extra threat because the Mundo can turn matchups around. There is a lot of ability to skill his way out of bad matchups just by, you know, managing the range properly and the cleavers properly. So I don't know. We'll see if he takes Ignite again, I guess.
I'm definitely really worried for Stirling here. They have a really low range draft against an Ashe and a Skarner in a way. I don't really see how they're going to be able to play team fights this game unless they're just over and over.
Yeah, I think this is a very easy to execute composition for UOE, and then it's very classic. It's two frontliners, Enchanter, Ashe Arrow and Skarner engage, and then Hui and Ashe backline poke. You know, like the mission is clear. The game plan, I think, is quite simple. You rock up to a 5v5, you're front to back it, and we're happy, you know, because you say the range is definitely in their favor. They can pick the fights they want with Skarner and Ashe.
Yeah.
Wooden Spoon has got his work out from this game, I fear, to get this early game sorted out, to give Stirling a chance of dragging them down into the muck again and making this a messy game where it's not just a 5v5 at Baron, because I don't think Edinburgh loses that.
Yeah, I don't know. This game is a really tough one for Stirling. Edinburgh generally have the draft advantage, and I think the lanes are just. I think Stirling have just absolutely like flunked the draft completely. This Janna pick along with the Trundle, I'm really not a fan of it at all.
Yeah, I think we. I don't know about the Ashe answer here. I think we really needed to just. Because it just doesn't seem like they have a good answer to it, right? They just don't seem like the good way of dealing with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Corky by itself doesn't seem the worst. It's like, but when you pair with a Janna who doesn't synergize at all, doesn't want to, like, you're playing the Corky into the Ashe so you can play aggressive, so you can jump on her, you can kill her, and not allow her to play these long team fights, right? But Janna is just, it's not doing that, you know? You need some sort of engage to help the Corky, like, get on top of the Ashe and actually deal damage, because otherwise, Ashe is outranging everyone in this comp, you know?
Yeah. And if they have another top lane horror like they had in game 2, then there's just no threat on Ash and Hui at that point. They need Jarvan and Trundle to be real threats here, so that Hui and Ash can't just stand back and free fire. Otherwise, it's very unplayable, as we saw how unplayable it is in game number 2. So I don't know, man. Edinburgh did get a little messy in that one. They threw away some kills they didn't have to, and they were willing to give away some free gold at times to Stirling, but they were so far ahead at that point that it didn't really matter. And I'm not expecting the same level of top lane gappening, to be honest. I just don't think Mundo has the capacity to do it like that in the same way that Ignite Jax does, but this needs to be a better Trundle than game number 2. We need to see the true concept on display here from Horus.
Yeah, I think Stirling's main way of staying in the game and winning is just playing through side lanes. You have to just try and get this Trundle ahead and get Aurora to a state where she's able to match the way, because if not, I think all team fights are just more or less losing for Stirling. It's really, really hard to play them with Wei and Ash just outranging the entire comp of Stirling. I think they really need to play for the side lanes. I think maybe even just I think Jarvan maybe needs to just play for top lane early and just try and get some kills and just try and get him ahead, because if he falls behind against this Mundo again like he did in game 2, then it's not going to be a good time for Stirling, and they're going to really struggle in the mid late game.
Yeah, it's solid options to play for mid or bot. You've got a clear goal and a clear kind of objective with both of them, but if whichever one you don't look at, I'm worried is going to fall behind. I'm more worried that Corki Janna is going to fall behind than Trundle, because I think that is, like I say, it's easier to manage. So I think if they choose to focus on bot lane, it's less likely that Horus suffers, and was able to manage that, the melee 1v1 very well last time in what is supposed to, in theory, be a bad matchup in the lane. So maybe they just go, it's fine, have Trundle, have a comfort pick into your melee, have an anti-tank pick into the tank, and Godspeed, God bless, I hope you have a good time, and we're going to try and sort this bot lane out, because of my word. So I think that's what they might do, or that's what Wooden Spoon might do, but it's Steelers' choice at that point, I think.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one.
Hopefully it doesn't become a stomp like game 2 did. Hopefully we get a competitive match that maybe we even go to game 5, because I mean last game we weren't sure about the Nocturne pick, but it ended up working out for them, didn't it? It was maybe not something that's normal in the meta, but it worked for them, and then they played through what made their team strong, which was just playing messy games and just catching out on side, which it worked for them. It got them the win. So maybe they can do the same again and pull a bit of an upset, I'd say, even in this game, because
for sure, this is a game they're gonna have to fight their way out of. The draft is not looking hot, but we know that Stirling do not necessarily need to rely on a pure draft advantage to get the win. I'm very interested to see how Edinburgh look coming into the start of this game, because they weren't able to get solid advantages in last game. They were still, they had way more kills than Stirling did, but they weren't able to actually get advantages on the map. And one of the things that I liked about Edinburgh was, even when anything would go wrong, they seemed to be very good at bouncing back straight away, straight into the next play, looking to try and throw a counter punch that is well considered, catching out Stirling, maybe going, aha, we've won. Now we have 30 seconds where we can do whatever we want, when that's not the case. Edinburgh would come back and slap them back with something. And that might be what we'll see here. Even though Edinburgh did end up getting outscaled, getting outmaneuvered, now performed in those fights, I don't think they're going to come here looking broken, I think they're going to come and step back in and go, all right, it happens, but they seem to show a lot of resilience, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but I think it's going to be tough for Stirling. I know we keep saying it, but it's a hard one, and this is the game that they've got to show that the team, either this or the out.
Yep, the challengers coming in as Stirling from the depths of the league table in BFS Online, coming in here now to the grand finals, matching up against Edinburgh, ready to defend their title. Edinburgh one game away from securing that victory. Stirling with a long road to go, but they've taken that first step. And now they head out onto the map. Another 5-stack from Edinburgh developing. Shaky Jakey's going to spot this one a mile away. The rest of Stirling guarding those jungle entrances. And Edinburgh will be rebuffed at the first hurdle.
Yeah, I'm glad. Sterling on falling for any of those traps out of the game. Because falling behind here is definitely not easy. But you see, maybe trying to get a little bit of territory here in the bot lane. Looks like both junglers are looking to start top side and then kind of path towards the bot lane.
Well, they're going to fight over this brush, but the position for Edinburgh is better. They're going to know they're coming in there. But I think Corki might still just kind of win if he sticks to his guns. It's very close. The autos are doing well. The shred is massive. The cleanse is out the barrier. Who's going to get that last auto timing? It's Redpin with the first blood, a flash away. But Wash with the counter kill. I don't imagine this one's going to result in another death, but Redpin got the first blood, and Corki simply has to settle for the assist.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's actually got the Conquer, which I'm not used to seeing. We see a bit of a Trundle gaming going on up here. He's really in two, man.
He is gaming.
We see what's happening. Both ghosts are pop.
Side.
I mean, this is just...
Okay,
it's just perfect for Trundle.
Okay.
This is exactly what he wants. You know, Trundle, the gameplay he wants to do is he wants to just push waves. You want to push waves, get that Tiamat, and then just push waves again, right? That's his whole gameplay. Just push waves, and then you wail on towers and get plays. And getting this out of the lead is so nice for him. We're able to get a nice wee crash off, third wave crash off maybe into a wee reset. The Tiamat again, a little bit confident maybe, a little bit too confident in walking up and not respecting that Trundle damage early game.
Yeah, we needed to see the Trundle concept actually come forth and be successful, and it seems to be happening here. Vatan, though, level 2, is able to stand and fight against the Corki, who has the flash to maybe first to burn it. The Ashe chase down is just too strong, and a second kill for Redpin. To be honest, Sterling, we need this bot lane to just survive, but we're not even achieving that right now. The rest of the map's okay, but if this Corki Janna doesn't stabilize, we're going to see another repeat of that Game 2 bot lane scenario, and the Corki now defeated with the dive. Wooden Spoon is going to at least clear one back in revenge here. As Redpin with the flash with the Jarvan shot, the slow's got the red buff. Jarvan, one more auto. There it is, the double kill. Something retrieved at least. Or the wave crashes in still.
I mean, while you get the kills back, it's still an absolutely disastrous moment for your bot lane. Like, this lane's already hard enough, never mind Ashe already having 3 kills and coming back to lane with multiple items, and it's like we said before, the Ashe just outranges this bot lane, so there's nothing, they can't trade back really unless they're jumping in.
Yeah, and jumping
in with the
Janna.
Taken very low.
Certainly tricky. If Wooden Spoon had actually taken a look for that one, could have maybe burnt a flash on the way. Bit of a greedy recall positioning potentially, but it's not going to be punished. Mr. Cheddar's going to be spotted in this brush. Wooden Spoon diving in head first, a level down, stunned into the wall. Lovely knock up from Wash though. Slows down the rotation from bot lane, but it's not enough to keep Jarvan alive. Mr. Cheddar picks up the credit. A TP in from Shaky Jakey about 8 miles down the road. He's just going to walk back to his mid lane now.
Yeah, I think maybe feeling a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky there, one could say. A little bit of a late TP and doesn't really do much, but we see
a bit quaky right here. Tan, though, has managed to bait Wash in, and Mr. Cheddar coming back for round number 2. The Janna still flashless, and the slows are just massive here. Corki trying to put some threat back onto Ashe. The last auto isn't there, as the minions will be denied by Lulu's shields, but University of Edinburgh just stomping across this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of more expected, but maybe Wooden Spoon looking for a player defies me. He's got the flash up, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
If he
respects, there it is.
Flash.
Easy flash burn. Maybe needed to try and hold that one. Don't know if he could have got a range without it, but at the very least, a flash is a flash nonetheless. Takes a bit of the pressure off Shaky Jakey. The only thing really going right for Sterling right now is the Trundle in the top lane. Finally, it is Horus opening up an early CS lead.
Wooden Spoon maybe looking for some top here. Window does have the spell shield as he's taken off with a Trundle pillar.
No flash
Looks
though.
like too much just taken out.
There it is. Love that for Wooden Spoon. This is the active jungler we needed to see in game number 2. Wooden Spoon is a man about town right now, doing his best to try and salvage this.
I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? We want to see him playing for while like your bot lane's losing, there's no point in playing for them, right? Just play for your top, play for your mid, get your Trundle strong, who's already up pretty damn good amount of CS, and hopefully you can get a little bit fed. He'll hopefully back and get a Tiamat, and once he's got a Tiamat, he's able to push those waves really easily against Mundo, take some plates, proxy a little bit, kind of take a lot of map pressure off of bot lane possibly, and pulling Mr. Cheddar up there.
Yeah, it's gonna be, as we said, it's a lot on Wooden Spoon's shoulders in this game. The series hangs in the balance. If Stirling can put another win in a row, the momentum is all for them going into game number 5. But this jungler has a lot of work cut out for him to try and keep these lanes topped up. Trundle in a great spot mid lane, a little behind, but not massively so. And the Aurora we know can be useful even when slightly behind the curve. But Redpin on this bot lane. A winner from University of Edinburgh from the last series, the online series of Battle for Scotland, has been a reliable carry for them. And the Dragon Control once again returns to normality, returns to Edinburgh. As Stirling up for the grubs.
You see, Stirling's balling, pushed in, down CS, down power plates. It's not looking good. Wooden Spoon taking advantage though. A bit of a split map going on, taking Mr. Cheddar's top side where he invades the bots. And if you look at the mid lane matchup, Shaky JK, a little bit behind CS, but not completely awful.
Yeah, seems like you have to see the respect that Tumai is given. It doesn't want to step up and contest the wave. Knows that the Trundle is going to give him the business if he does. See Mr. Cheddar though, invading on the bot side. Wooden Spoon looking at mid lane. Fizeman still without the flash. Jarvan with the ultimate and a flash of his own.
Very
drops
nice.
it straight in there. Shaky JK with the ultimate.
Perfect.
And there it is. Easy as you like. Finally, a clean gank off in the mid lane. They get that kill. Tops up the Aurora now. Is this dive doable? Skarner with the ultimate. The Janna
nice.
stops him in his tracks, but it's only level 4. Corki pulls in the both of them. There's the heal coming through right now. Wash survives. Corki as well. The tower has to be reset. Cheddar flashing in. Surely will give his life for this. And the shutdown secured overall. Stirling in the 3v2. Gotta be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that happened. I thought Corki was going to die, but Ash wasn't actually hitting the stun targets. We see Corki W
got a
in,
bit
but
too big for his boots right there. Wooden Spoon, they were trying to bait in the play, but simply got shredded. Still level 4 as well as another wave crashes in. Wooden Spoon still there. Shaky Jakey on vision is stepping down. Has still yet to find an advantage in the bot lane. But at the end of the day, Corki still got some gold. We'll see if he gets away alive with it, but it's something.
Losing the flash in this matchup as Corki is not what you want. It's really difficult. You see the ulti from Redpin onto Wash and chunks him quite a lot. This is looking a bit scary. There's nothing to dive can happen though. As we see Wooden Spoon engaging the Fizeman. Flash about to be up soon. We see flash from Shaky Jakey.
He's using that speed to great effect, but Wooden Spoon drops it down as bot lane does conclude with a Corki death. You can see the ults are coming through. It looks like it was close, but they managed to execute. The ult difference is just massive. And Janna, unfortunately, just now securing level 6.
We see
UAV
looking to gank top here.
Goodness, the Jarvan just doesn't stop. Tumai locked in, waits for the ghost, but they're just churning him down. Does he have the healing? He just about does. Tumai barely getting away with that one. The University of Edinburgh, after all of that, even kills 100 gold ahead. Even with this bot lane advantage, Wooden Spoon is doing so much work on the map, they're not able to find an overall lead.
This is what we see. When your bot lane's losing, you want to make plays topside. This is what Wooden Spoon's doing, and he's doing it really well. We need him to keep just reacting to these plays. When sometimes on your bot side, you need to do something on your top side while you're there, and he's doing well. This Trundle's got a very good lead. Once he's got a Ravenous, he's going Bork, sorry. He'll be able to manage this Mundo pretty well by himself. But this grub spawn.
This is a dangerous game you're playing, my friend. Now we see Wooden Spoon again on top side. Mr. Cheddar's channeling the recall. He's probably not going to be helped. Tumai thinks he's okay because got the health lead and the ults are down, but lest you forget, J4 still here. There are no R's at all. Horus actually is in a bad spot. Tumai's managed to get all the cleavers he needs. And he's able to get away with this one. Well managed by the Mundo here.
Shaky Jakey is showing up pretty well himself with the...
Yeah.
He's already a level up in Fizeman. He's got the full item completed. He's almost 600 gold in Fizeman, which is something I did not expect from this matchup.
He's further ahead than the Trundle is, and that's the matchup that seems to be going the best for Stirling, but they've managed to inject Shaky Jakey with the gold, get him off the ground on this Aurora. A Wooden Spoon bounces his way into the pit, and he's going to have the rotations coming through. Just has to wait for Horus to come through. Shaky Jakey up the river. Fizeman is too low to really assist here. Has the ultimate to throw from range. Wooden Spoon just working on these grubs. The rest of UOE, they want to contest it. Fizeman now rotating over. He can do a lot of damage from the safety of range. Ash Arrow sails wide, lands on the Trundle though. He's not going to be able to offer too much. 3 grubs picked up for Stirling, or 5 in total I should say, but now they're trying to force the play. Shaky over the wall. Wooden Spoon has the flash. He's going to flash over late though, and I think that ult's going to take him down with a Severing Bolt for the shutdown.
Nice grab from Fizeman there to take him out the flag and drag, and bot lane's not really looking for a tornado here. It hits. Corki jumps in. But Lulu showed up just in time, and the ultimate coming down in red pin. Oh, it was close.
Janna shielding was good. But imagine if you weren't playing against the Kraken Slayer Ashe right now, that might have been doable. Yeah. But I fear you're simply too far behind, friends. The 2v2 is not your friend. As Shaky Jakey, the 1v1 certainly is his.
Shaky Jakey is showing Fizeman that he is not the best mid laner in Scotland. He's taking him down. He's got 2-0 on this Aurora, looking like a monster. V-Tan taking out Wash. And Wooden Spoon trying to get out something.
Maybe he does. I think he's looking for it. He doesn't have the flash though, and Mr. Cheddar, Wooden Spoon, you don't want to do everything. You've done a lot for this map, but you can't do it all. Turns around for Redmond, but the polymorph is beautiful. Cataclysm is there. It's a shutdown for the Jarvan. The trade is going to come through. Expinadal maybe looking for a little bit of a repeat. But ultimately, Jarvan is going to give his life. Does get a shutdown off the Ashe. It's a fairly even trade. Hard to call the advantage there. It's Mr. Cheddar circling around onto Expinadal. Has the cleanse if needed.
Oh, dodges the E.
Janna coming around the corner. To be honest, I feel like this might be a little bit tough for Edinburgh to stick within the long run. Once the Janna is there for the shielding, doesn't get the Corki there. Mr. Cheddar in a bit of a bad spot as this Corki's going to start shredding. Turns onto Vatan, but can't find the damage. Ash has dropped the arrow. Who's it going to connect on? It doesn't find the Corki. W's in. You've got to find the kill, and there it is. The Corki finally gets it over the line, sneaks away alive, turns around, manages to find the trade. Maybe decides that he couldn't escape, and actually shuts down the Lulu. So to be honest,
that's
probably good.
It's pretty good for Corki there. Playing it very risky, swapping the targets, trying to get both kills down there, nearly losing his own life, and then just dodging out on the Ashe ulti. That's the kind of plays you want to be making a Corki. You know, you want to play aggressive. You want to be jumping in Ash's face when she doesn't have a Lulu to protect her. You want to be taking out the Skarner when he steps up too far, kind of thing. You know.
Yeah, I can see the chaos level in this game is rising at such a level that even the stream is dying. It's just too much energy, too much craziness landing on the Rift right now. We have to apologize, but Stirling has managed to retrieve a small gold lead right here. Shaky Jakey 2-0. Vatan caught coming down the river. Mr. Cheddar is there to ready and help him, but Corki finally has the 2v1 onto Ashe that he's been dreaming of all game. The Lulu ult is there, and the shielding is massive. Janna can't keep alive once again. Wooden Spoon needs to find the Ashe, who flashes for the double, but the Jarvan is there again with a Cataclysm to shut him down. Shaky Jakey on the rotation, a 2v3, but the Aurora is strong. Wooden Spoon's back in, keeping them at bay, but the Skarner is really ruining Aurora's day, and the shutdown comes through. Edinburgh with a big win on the bot side.
I mean, we see it again. Mr. Cheddar looking for a Wooden Spoon. Not able to get him.
Sidestepping everything. Wooden Spoon, the dive may be on the cards here, but the Jarvan
Fizeman,
is still a threat.
Are they calling it off? Oh!
You gotta get out of there. No cannon for you, buddy. You just gotta take the L as Cheddar will pick up that dragon. Edinburgh continuing their stacking ways. It's not as quick as previous games, 15-minute mark. They'll find the second a Chemtech here. If we see the 4th Infernal Drake in a row, I'm gonna lose my mind, honestly. But we'll see if the odds are really stacked up in that favor, as Horus still growing that lead in the top side. The Blade of the Ruin King that you mentioned doing a lot of work for them. Sterling still threatening, always threatening.
Game slowed down a little bit now. See, Wash maybe trying to push Fizeman back.
It's got no mana. Doesn't really have any tools here. Drops the Fisher down, but is at risk of being dived. Expinadal wants to get some more gold on. Perfect dive. Beautifully executed.
Tornado from Wash. See,
Jakey's getting low. Red pin looks to get in. The Lulu ult is there, and here comes that Ashe DPS. A flash of one spoon does manage to get the trade kill and waste a bit of time for boot. This Jarvan, man, is just doing huge amounts of heavy lifting. As Mr. Ched has been caught under. This bot lane tower is just a mousetrap for Edinburgh members walking in and feeding more gold to Corki.
I mean, I don't know what's happened to Edinburgh this game. They just feel like they're playing so sloppy. That's such a good start to the game with bot lane getting so many kills.
Happening again.
They're just
getting dragged into the mud.
They're getting dragged into the Stirling mindset, and they're just.
This is how you lose games. This is how you throw series. This is how reverse sweeps happen, everybody. Sterling is now continuing to extend. Oh dear, that's painful for the Corki. Drops the flash, cannot find the kill. Ashe gets away scot-free. But this is... it's slowly turning. This is even... it's even more comfortable than Game 3 was, where the kills are actually pretty even. The one thing that Edinburgh has is Dragon advantage. And is that actually... Infernal Rift again? Is that what my eyes are showing me right now? That is crazy.
This is just like World Pick'ems all over again, I'm telling you. It's just Infernal Drake after Infernal Drake, but we see
Corki.
Ashe is running down the court.
Remember, nowhere to go, but Red Pin stepped up for this one. Shaky Jakey has the damage to try and contest. Someone help finish off this Ashe. They're trying to split the targets again. They'll get it done. Wash drops a little flash ultimate to get himself out of there. Fizeman can play from range, but Trundle has him pinned with the pillar. Beautifully placed, and Horus finds the kill. Tumai teeping into the back of the fight. Shaky Jakey under threat. Cheddar still has HP to work with, and the Aurora desperately trying to get away. The rest of the team doing what they can. Can they keep Tumai peeled off him? They can't get it done as J4 finds the Lulu on the back of the fight. Cheddar flashing away. Do they have the slows? Do they have the damage? Another shield comes through. A Trundle pillar. They've got the double, but Tumai now on the front line with no damage dealers left. Simply has to let the fight end up.
Overall, it's a 4 for 2 for Sterling. They will take that. And they're also going to pick up the Herald here. As the TP comes in from Fizeman, actually. The fight is not over yet, as Jan is just walking towards him. Engage onto the
now the wrong side of town. Does have the flash and should be taken down here, but Wooden Spoon is traded as well. And Red Pin, again, the flashless Corki cannot escape this 9-kill Ashe. And the TP comes good in the end. A 3 for 1 or a 3 for 2, I think, in the extended play there. But Edinburgh, 21 kills to 20. And it is 19 minutes into the game, everybody.
Trajan, this is the bloodbath that we wanted. We didn't want to stop like Game 2. We wanted a fight, and a fight is what we got. Trundle's TP in top. I don't know if they just catch the wave, but Edinburgh is going to pick up Herald here.
Yep, they should be able to pick this one up without too much problem. And Edinburgh, if you're listening, you need to calm down, guys. This is not what wins you games. This playing the Sterling game is not what got you those first 2 wins in the series, but Sterling are happy enough to take fights like this, to keep it chaotic. And it seems like Edinburgh, they're just not able to stay focused. They're not getting dragged into these long fights thinking that they can just win. But you're not playing against a team that you can exploit like that. If you go to the toe-v-toe fight without doing your homework, Sterling will happily take an even play. They'll scale the carries up and they'll come back stronger next time. And the goal has settled back to even. The Dragon coming up in just under a minute, 45 seconds in fact. So we'll see if Edinburgh can secure an early soul point, because that was something that they were actually able to use in a macro sense to be effective against Sterling and stopping that chaos, to simplify the game down. If they can get that soul point, maybe things will return to normality there.
Trundle has now just picked up the Motor Reminder alongside the Bork. He is saying, I am playing to kill this Mundo. Which is why it's a little bit strange. He's now deciding to grip up the team. Tumai's no TP. Sterling want to look for a fight here while Mundo is topside.
Gonna suffer against the Ashe and the Hui with this item build. He's not going to have any defense as a Skarner. Pivots into mid lane. Drives in that Herald. The Shaky Jakey drops the ultimate now. Doesn't really get any key carries in there, though. It's frontline smashing against frontline, and this is Edinburgh's forte. Remember, The front-to-back team fight is what their comp is built for. Stirling, they're the ones with the crazy picks, with the side lane pressure. But so far, looks like they're getting dragged into this 5v5. The threat of the Infernal Soul is too great, and you can see how they're struggling to make a way in.
Yeah, I mean, as Trundle's picked up with a Skarner ulti, he's just going to be taken down.
That is it.
Stirling's just going to have to give up this Drake, and it's so point for Edinburgh once again.
First death of the game for Horus right there on the Trundle. Stirling is still kind of hanging around like they could try and find an angle, but I say it's just not going to happen. And Edinburgh now with a little bit more control to play with. In 5 minutes, if they have the map to work with, they will be able to threaten another situation. And Stirling, they need to avoid situations like that. A 5v5, an objective dance, this is not what their comp is for.
5v5s are exactly what Edinburgh want. Stirling, they need to get that Trundle into a side lane ASAP. It's the only place you can get shit done. But
yeah, the mortal reminder not gonna be hitting in the 5v5 against the Nash and Hawaii, that's for sure.
No.
And it looks like they have realized this. Horus gonna go head back, tail between his legs into that bot side to try and reclaim some semblance of control over the map. As Edinburgh now growing the lead slightly for themselves. The Baron is a factor as well. A big team fight for Edinburgh could be massive for them. They might even like to just try and threaten and start playing with the Baron in a couple of minutes to try and draw Stirling in. They've got the Ash Hour, they've got the Hui, they have these tools to punish a reckless approach to a pit like that.
yeah. This Hui's now picked up a second item, and he's got that Seeker's Arm Guard to give him more safety against the Jarvan and the Corki. Corki's starting to get a few items on him. He'll be able to do a decent amount of damage, but he's still way down in gold compared to the 3-item Ashe, who looks like an absolute monster. As long as she's able to get uptime in fights, it's difficult to win.
Yeah, the Bloodthirster as well, even more trading power. The DPS is strong, the survivability is strong with the Lulu and a Bloodthirster in your pocket. Redpin is primed to step up and be the carry that Edinburgh need. It's another relatively quiet game for Weisman. Couple of good catches, couple of good long-range severing bolts and ult combos that we've seen from the Hui, but it's not been at the level of game 1 and 2. Seems to be struggling a little bit more. The Aurora for Shaky Jakey is getting more and more purchase in this matchup in the lane as the games go by. And now Wooden Spoon, 10 kills on this Jarvan, half the Stirling kills on the map. Did so much to get them to this point. Will he be able to keep doing enough as Horus is starting to win? Look at that damage! Was that one auto and a Q? Oh my word, the Trundle is certainly not having a free ride down here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Trundle just hits the wave though with his W and he just heals it all back up, so it doesn't matter really. Any kind of trade that is worth it for Horus here on the side lane, but hopefully, ideally, Trundle wants to be hitting these side lane turrets, because if he's not, then he's just going even with the Mundo, which isn't really doing much. He needs to be pushing those waves in, he needs to be getting a big wave, crashing it, and hitting those turrets on the side lane.
Yeah, they need to be threatening, like Two Mice Jax was threatening in game number 2, where he didn't have TP, but he didn't need it. He was always threatening on the side lane, getting more value down there than he would have been in a scrappy team fight. He doesn't quite have the power to be able to do that just yet. Shaky Jakey as well, threatening on the side lane, is making slow, steady progress. I don't know if they have enough time for this. Shaky's managed to get away with it. Keeps him full. Lovely fear right there, and the damage is good, but manages to swap sides with the ultimate and get one more combo. There's the flash, one more Q, and Shaky Jakey gets it done. Will not be able to escape, I imagine. Vitan and Redpin have got him pinned in the alcove.
TP comes
coming in right here with Wash. Actually, he's wasting a lot of time. They can get onto Redpin. Here comes the Trundle. Smash in the face of the Ashe. Gets the flash. Gets the heal. Working on the Lulu as well. Another flash taken away. Wash is looking for it, but Tumai now following the TP into the back. Taking control of it. The Janna ultimate to build a bit of space, but the Infected Cleaver connects. A shield comes out, but cannot save the Janna. And now up the river is coming the rest of Stirling, closely hounded by Cheddar. They've walked themselves into a bit of a sticky situation here. Corki is in the Baron pit, holding his W, but he's just been taken low as now Trundle caught trying to re-engage. Stirling the ones now dragged into a mess that they did not account for, and Edinburgh taking a big lead off the back.
And once again, Stirling, they are overstaying. They're trying to get more than they can. And Fizeman's going to TP in. They're going to try and get the Baron here. After this, they'll most likely take a reset. Is Wooden Spoon going to try and steal this? There's no way.
It has to be a miracle again. Shaky Jakey's got damage, but I think he might have played his hand too quickly. Vatan has got the shield that keeps up alive. Shaky Jakey again wasting time, but healed them off the Baron at least. Seems to have stopped that objective going down, so there's value to be found there, but Edinburgh now slowly eking out that lead, and Jakey is dead for the Dragon Soul coming up. Wooden Spoon. All eyes turn to the Jarvan once again, but trying to make headway into the Lulu. Oh, he's actually just killed the Lulu already. I guess scratched the Lulu into the Hui, into the Ashe. It's still difficult. The Ashe Hour doesn't connect. Wooden Spoon trying to get in range, but he's not there. Infernal Soul for Edinburgh in game number 4 with the championship on the line. That's a buff that never goes amiss. And as much as this game has been more chaos, has been more craziness from top to bottom, Edinburgh seem to have managed to get their feet under them. They've managed to regain control off the back of Redpin's Ashe. But Stirling, still pressure on the map, still taking free gold where it's available.
This game for Edinburgh lies on Ashe. This Ashe is absolutely massive. Nearly 4 full items with the Infernal Soul. She's going to do a lot of damage. Especially when you don't have any armor on your Jarvan, on your Trundle, you know? You're just... This Ashe, if she's allowed uptime, it's a losing fight for Stirling every time. They need to pick out the Ashe, or they play through the side lanes and don't interact with the Ashe at all.
Yeah, it reminds me of game number 3 with the Caitlyn for Exponadal getting very, very fed, and then the Xin Zhao and the Set just not having any armor, no resistances. They just could do nothing against an AD carry of that power level. And Redpin now has the opportunity to play the same game. Must be said, Exponadal, 3.5 items deep himself, not far behind the curve. With the Infinity Edge now done, the Corki's gonna start getting there if that opportunity is left, but the issue remains of the safety of trying to step up and get damage down against this composition. The range differential is so tough to manage for Stirling.
Yeah, I feel like this Trundle hasn't done as much as I wanted to turn the side lane. It's all it's doing is just catching waves against Mundo, which doesn't give any benefit. You know, you don't want to be going even with Mundo. You want to be like taking his entire turret, getting pressure on the map. But every time he's just catching waves in the middle of bot lane over and over, and it's doing nothing for the team.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just because he's fallen behind in the gold curve, if being down to the 2 items to 3 is enough for Mundo to just hold his own in this one, but it seems like Tumite has managed to weather the storm. We've got the experimental Hex Plate locked in for Horus as well. I guess dropping with that ultimate, getting that speed boost locking in. So there is still more value there, but is it enough to deal with this Mundo? I just don't know. And if it doesn't have that value, you're absolutely right. It feels like Horus is a bit of a fifth wheel down there. It's the rest of Stirling having to give up space in the mid lane as well. They know how strong UOE is, especially when they're overstacking here. They've brought the Mundo up to make sure they can get control. Baron a possibility. Cheddar hanging onto it. The rest of Edinburgh rotating over. Potentially going to force the hand of Stirling. This is a 5v5. They're a little wary of it though. Edinburgh, I think they honestly could start baiting it and just force Stirling to come into a bad spot, but they're giving a lot of extra respect. Shaky Jakey threatening, but the range is not long enough and he can't step too far forward. Redpin, as soon as he sees him, pops the Ashe Hour. Corki trying to threaten on the side, but Redpin, as he stepped too far forward, the shutdown from Shaky Jakey and Wooden Spoon. That's all he needed to see. Pulls the trigger as well, but the Aurora dropping ever lower. The Janet ultimate tries to keep him alive. The Lightning Bolt isn't quite enough. They can't push forward in the fight, not with HP bars like this. But Stirling catch Redpin a bit too eager, a bit too much blood in his eyes. And they managed to get that all-important shutdown. As Horus, maybe he looks like he's having a little bit of a better time against the Mundo right now.
Yeah, Redpin thinking he was getting the catch into the Aurora, but Exponado was he was ready to capitalize on it and wouldn't spin going in.
Okay.
As we see,
we're just ripping it. This is what I wanted Edinburgh
the
to
Toronto
do.
TP from behind, the Mundo late TP.
Okay, but can they find a good angle here? They don't lose too much HP. Horus is trying to just deal with the Mundo by himself, and Jarvan looks like he wants to help with that, but how's the rest of the fight going? Can the backline of Stirling handle the Skarner? Ghost comes out, the TP as well, the ult. Tumai has managed to stop them here. A lot of summoners burnt, but now Red Pin is back alive and joined with the team. It was a small window that Stirling had open, but it has now shut. They'll need to find another opportunity.
Elder Drake spawning in a minute 20 is.
Vidal dodges it. In goes Wash, goes down. Wooden Spoon dives in, but there's no support. Misread the situation and dropped the smite off the table as Edinburgh, now in the 3v5 with the smite advantage, can turn onto the freest Baron of their lives.
Taking the Baron for a minute up. This is not looking good for Stirling. They really need to get some of these wave push wild in the Baron, but it's rough with Baron here because they do not have much wave clear. Stirling lack a lot of wave clear here. They've got maybe the Aurora to hit the wave with Q, but that's about it. Trundle may be able to take this tower if he's fast enough, but it's not quite.
A little bit of damage on it. It's going low, but Shaky Jakey's watching for an over-aggressive chase, but Yowie are not going to be tricked like that. They put their homework in. They use the Ash for vision as well, and Mr. Cheddar's threatening, trying to stop them getting a free base away. As the Elder spawns in 20 seconds. The rest of Stirling will be up and alive for this, but again, it's forcing another 5v5. The bread and butter of Edinburgh, plus the Baron buff, plus the Infernal Soul. Edinburgh need to win one more big team fight, and that could be BFS locked up for them, as Fiesman has clipped Shaky Jakey and eliminates him at range. The Aurora taken away before she had a chance. A Skarner onto the Jarvan. The Spike and Drag gets away. There's a little bit of healing there, bit of shielding, enough to get him out alive, but that 4v5 is still devastating for Stirling right now.
After a bit of a rough early game from Fiesman, he's picking up when it matters. He's picking out Aurora when it's... Oh, and he's nearly taking out Wash. Looks like this is a free Elder for Edinburgh, and it's not looking good for Stirling. Like,
that's Baron, Infernal Soul, and Elder Dragon buff. Stirling hanging by their fingertips in this series. They kept the game close as well. We've gone well past the 30-minute mark. The kills flowing on either side. But right now,
when the Spinner's just caught out
to get this wave push.
He's taken down. Oh, he's taken out by the way.
He's gone down. The Elder Dragon buff has sniped it with the support as well. 40 seconds on the clock.
Stirling, there's no way it ends like this. They should be able to defend. Wait for the timers. 30 seconds on Janna. 30 seconds on Jarvan now.
Just in time, Edinburgh managed to get their act together. They managed to recoalesce, sort out their ideas, play together as a team. They are getting smashed, and the lightning bolts are huge! Fiesman on a killing spree! After what looked like his worst game of the series, it's the picks from the Hui that sew it up at the end, and just like that, Edinburgh, they turn the gas on. They say no more nonsense. They step out of the mud. They leave Stirling behind, and they secure the 3-1 victory in the Battle for Scotland Grand Final.
Yeah, I mean, that was... I can't believe that happened. It was so fast. It was just one... They lose one fight at Drake, and then it's just... It feels like Stirling was just on the back foot since then. It was they were just getting pushed back. They were getting poked up with the way Fiesman, who had a bit of a rough early game. He was getting... Shaky Jakey was doing pretty well in that lane, and he really popped off when it mattered. He caught off that Aurora just before the Elder. Or the Baron, sorry. And Edinburgh was just... They were just cleaner in the last 5 minutes of the game. They were just completely cleaner in almost every way.
Yeah, they managed to play to the strengths of their composition. That 5v5 stack is so tough to break into. Red Pin, even though he got a little excited once, but generally speaking, a banger Ashe game from him. Another excellent bot lane 2v2. They let the Ashe go through, and that's what it does to you, man. The red pin Ashe just hits a little bit different. That was crazy from them. And I must say, I want to give credit to Wooden Spoon for that game as well. I think we don't go nearly as close to the 34-minute mark without Wooden Spoon putting in a power of work on the Jarvan to sort that early game out.
If it weren't for Wooden Spoon, this game had been over by 20 minutes. He was making plays when Stirling was just losing on the other side of the map. You know, it was a tough draft for them to play as. It wasn't an easy game for Stirling to play, but Wooden Spoon, he saw angles, he made it happen, he kept Stirling alive for a long time, but sadly, Edinburgh did have the upper hand. They did finally beat Stirling, and they are the BFS champions for the winter split, and your first back-to-back two-time champions.
They're getting the streak started early right now. The second win in a row for Edinburgh, making pretty clear who the top team in the Scottish collegiate scene is right now. A very well-rounded roster, as we came in today to say. A complete package still. Even with the changes, we saw some of the weaknesses come through, but they're able to come together as a team, and I think it's only fitting that as a team, they stack up as 5 to get their act together and win that series and not be taken in by the alluring chaos of Stirling, who did put up an excellent fight all the way down, especially games 3 and 4. Really fantastic showing from them. What a turnaround from last split to this one for Stirling. Certainly worthy challengers for Edinburgh, even though it was not their day today.
Yeah, I mean, Stirling, last year they were a team that just didn't really have much going for them. They were just that kind of middle of the pack team that just didn't really show up. But this year, a lot of their players just they just played so much better as a team. I got to watch the GCU Stirling game, and Stirling really played really well. You know, Heavenix, League Professor, he's such a good player, and he was on the GCU roster for that game. And Shaky Jakey was doing pretty well against them. You know, he's I think Stirling definitely have a lot of positives to look at this, and they shouldn't feel too bad about losing to Edinburgh, who historically are very good at League of Legends. They always get very good players. They have an entire League of Legends society, right? So it's like they just get so many good players in. I thought Stirling shouldn't feel bad. They should feel proud how they made it here and how they've taken a game off Edinburgh.
Oh yeah, well. They came dang close to pushing this to game 5, and that would have been a turn up for the books, to be honest. But Stirling can be very proud of the progress they have made. The league can be proud of the progress it's made for my money and how competitive it feels like it is. But Edinburgh can be the proudest of all for locking down that second championship. Congratulations to all of the players, to everyone involved, to their League of Legends society for putting up such a strong team. And I think with that, we're going to have to wrap it up. Edinburgh, the champions again. All that's left to do is to thank yourselves, everybody, for watching, for coming out, supporting your teams, your players, just watching to support some Scottish League of Legends, some collegiate esports here in Scotland. Thank you so much, Crawford, for color casting for me today. It was a great, actually a low-key, very fun series. Games 3 and 4
it was very
really
enjoyable.
Slapped. And then thank you so much, Bradini. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll forget game 2. Didn't happen, mate. Thank you so much, Bradini, on production, and Casual Cutie for observing, doing an excellent job as always. And the Battle for Scotland Grand Finals week continues tomorrow. Crawford, can you tell us what we can expect on this channel for the rest of the week?
Yeah, so tomorrow we have Overwatch 2, the finals. We have University of Edinburgh taking on University of Glasgow. So once again, Edinburgh making finals again. Sure. And then on Wednesday we have CS, of which we have University of Dundee versus University of Edinburgh again.
Edinburgh's trying to lock it all down this year.
I know they seem to be making a lot of finals. And then on Thursday we have Rocket League, who we have, I believe it's GCU versus.
Don't say Edinburgh, man.
No, it's Dundee and Angus, who took out Edinburgh. Dundee and Angus College, who's the first college to actually make a finals. So big congrats to them.
Oh yeah.
They actually 4-0'd Edinburgh in the lower brackets. So fair play to them, but make sure to check out those games. That's on tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Games to start at 7 p.m. on the Charles channel here.
Yeah, same time, same place. We hope to see you all there. Once again, one last final massive thank you, everyone, for watching, and we will see you for more Battle for Scotland Grand Finals action tomorrow.
Meditate daily, baby enlighten, baby make racks, baby spend cash, baby go get it and she don't gotta ask. Baby gon' run it up like an athlete, plays gold at the track meet. At the stadium show going super hard, cause baby a superstar. Just bought a crib out of lake, off of the grid and out of LA. Spirit awake, life is amazing, don't waste a day. Learn from the L's and mistakes. Baby so glowed up, baby focused, got my eyes on me. Baby made so much, feeling generous, 6 figs in a week. Savage little baby and Fenty, baddest little bitty of the century. Internet, blow up, superstar, don't touch. Showing off, causing a frenzy. She leaving an imprint in your memory. Energy, focus, superstar, glow up. My light, shine bright. Superstar, illuminate through the night. Yeah, my light, shine bright. Superstar, yeah, she one of a kind.
Yeah. Whoa. Giant to a maggot, big boss status. Ain't gon' lie, I really wish they would like a cabin. I ain't do no front and get my money on the back end. Yesterday's price ain't today, now we taxing. Way out the fear, ain't no way out for me. They always told me I'm the wave, like I'm way out. And see, I know some real ones turn state, ain't no way I could be out here living like a villain, only way up for me. Moving out the purges, I give time if it was worth it. If you coming for my fam, then you know I take it personal. Say that you the GOAT, I asked around, I never heard of you. Rocky road ahead, and there's some things I had to hurdle to. Pick a side, pick your poison. Pick a side, pick your poison. Pick a side, pick your poison. Ain't no picking on me, y'all about to get me going. Yeah, pick a side, pick your poison. Pick a side, pick your poison. Pick a side, pick your poison. Ain't no picking on me, y'all about to get me going. Yeah, windows down so all the haters see me. Back then they didn't want me, now they wanna be me. Keep the grass cut low, cause them snakes still sleazy. Always knew I had to glow, I just had to find a reason. Walking around looking like I own the place. I don't waste no food, man, I always finish off the plate. Ain't come to play. Trenches, baby, can't believe we made it safe. Something out of nothing, yeah, we made